inequalities, because also according to EIOPA stakeholder group paper, occupational pension stakeholder group that I'm part of, and also one of the speakers, Gertrude Pilz, is also part of, the gender pension remains or higher in many EU countries. So women, due to many factors like lower lifetime earnings, career breaks, are in generally disproportionately disadvantaged in retirement. So any future-proof pension system must also prioritize doing something about the gender pension gap. So the future of pension is not just a financial question, it's really a societal imperative. And we really think we should address many of the challenges head on. And maybe we should really start already today and discuss what we should do to ensure that today's savers and future retirees really can count on decent pensions and on pension adequacy. So how should we future-proof the pensions? We have, fortunately, today an excellent lineup of excellent experts, and I will let them to answer this question. So over to Jan.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Alexandra, and all colleagues in the room. Indeed, Horst Parent and others. Actually, thank you very much indeed for inviting me this morning here to start some remarks after you, Alexandra. Now, when I received the invitation for this this discussion, as you may know, I'm head of the Capital Markets Union team in DG FISMA. Well, I was wondering why actually are you asking me to open this? I'm not indeed a pension expert. We have many of them in the room. I think I see just Fausto, of course, who is on the public side, and many on the private side in a way. So that cannot be why you have invited myself here. Maybe it is because this is taking place in the Hanse office, and as Christoph knows, I'm myself not from Hamburg, but let's say from the greater region, I would say, from Lower Saxony. But then I thought, okay, that's probably also not the reason. So maybe the reason is that indeed this challenge of creating indeed a sustainable and adequate private retirement system, which is I think the topic of today here of the discussions, maybe it is because that is actually linked to the and it's part also of the broader challenge which we have in Europe, and which I think our president tried to also address with the idea of a savings and investment union, which is indeed how to really intermediate well savings and investment in Europe in a way that delivers indeed better outcomes, both for those who have the savings and those businesses also who need to do the investments in our economy. So if that is the reason why you have invited me actually to come today, then I will try indeed to spend some thoughts on this, which is indeed a challenge which has been outlined by Mr. Letta and Mr. Draghi in their very excellent reports, and which, as I mentioned already, our president, Ms. von der Leyen, has put as one of the priorities indeed in her political guidelines. And just yesterday, you saw indeed in the plenary debate in Strasbourg, when happily the new commission was finally confirmed, this issue and this challenge indeed of working quickly and fast to build a savings and investment union, and indeed to connect also savings and investments, was again mentioned quite prominently also by our president. So let me look at this topic, at this issue, the savings and investment union and the intermediation indeed between savings and investments, whether that is indeed for, let's say, just investments of citizens, let's say money in general, or whether that is particularly indeed to save for private pensions, is an idea like the Capital Markets Union indeed, which let's say put together the micro and the macro view, the perspective of individual citizens, the perspectives of individual businesses, but indeed also the overall, let's say, perspective of Europe and the needs of the European economy to stay actually competitive and up in the global environment. And that is not just the case because maybe here in Europe we have many macroeconomists who actually care, maybe as some would say, more about the bigger picture than about individual Europeans. No, it is also because actually for individual citizens and for people who are having third pillar and second pillar private pensions, it matters. There is no adequate requirement outcome. There's no adequate return for them ultimately if we don't connect their savings to profitable investment. And on the other hand, of course, there's no investment in our future without indeed stronger, more savings, stronger investment from our citizens of their money. So really, the two things go hand in hand. That's important for the economy as a whole, but it is also important for individual citizens and for savers who want to indeed rely and have a good, let's say, pension as they become older, and who may, and Alexander, you already pointed out the challenge, not always be able to rely indeed on the first pillar pensions. And this connection is also very clear if you look empirically at our member states, and we always like to not only look at the US, which of course is always, say, in many debates very present as an example for some, as a counterexample for others when you have a pension debate. But let's look also at our member states here, and it is not a coincidence that both Sweden and the Netherlands, who have very, let's say, well-developed pension and investment products, also have relatively well-developed capital markets. So this shows also empirically in Europe that the two things actually go together. So how can you then get there? How to indeed develop savings and investment unions? How to develop further, indeed give a kick to private pensions in Europe? Alexandra, I think you mentioned again very vividly also the challenge, and that we are not there. This is of course the question which also then our new commissioner, Mrs. Albuquerque, who was of course also yesterday confirmed together with the college, will have to find answers to. Let me just maybe mention three challenges here I want to quickly address. I think they are challenges specifically for pensions, but they are also challenges indeed for the broader discussion. And they are basically uptake, portfolio, and indeed the underlying infrastructure. Let me try to look at them one by one. The challenge of uptake, I think, is very clear. Too few Europeans still think about systematic savings early on. And that is a problem for indeed private retirement if public pensions are not sufficient. I think 39% that's the latest figure which I got from one of the trade associations of Europeans actually do not have any indeed private savings or systematic savings. That is 4 out of 10. And if you look at the gender distribution, I think Alexander, you also mentioned the gender gap. I think for women the figures are even much higher. And this is a problem, of course, indeed, for getting good returns in the end, and a good decent pension. But it's of course also a problem indeed if you want to look at capital market engagement, which is typically not something you can switch on and off from one year to the next, basically. But if you invest in capital markets, if you want to benefit from them, you need to have a long-term horizon. So if people don't start early on, then there is a limited point actually to go also receive also the benefits. So how can we address this challenge of uptake? I think financial literacy, first of all, is a very important part of this. And indeed, our commissioner will present a dedicated strategy on this, has been mandated to do so. Distribution, good, cost efficient, and also high quality distribution advice is important here. And Alexander, I think you mentioned the question of value for money as well. And we have, I think, an ongoing discussion indeed on the retail investment strategy. What is good advice and distribution? But I would also want to add that indeed we have, let's say, both existing, but also new, let's say, opportunities here. The digital world brings many new possibilities, many new options indeed for citizens actually, and also many new opportunities and maybe ways for them to get, let's say, into touch and to be nudged into also at least thinking about long-term saving, retirement savings in other ways than just walking into a bank or speaking to your financial advisor. And I think those are many opportunities which working together, both the traditional and the new channels actually can be quite promising. I would want to add one last and very important group. The minister mentioned the importance of also occupational pensions. And indeed, I think employers are, as a matter of fact, one of the, let's say, contact groups with whom almost every European citizen who earns money in one way or another is in touch, basically, and are potential, let's say, also persons at least of with the longer term relationship. So indeed, the idea to also work more on occupational pensions, on the role of employers, indeed, in encouraging their employees to save and invest, is also extremely important and something we need to actually further think about how we can encourage that further, because I think the good example from Hamburg, which the minister mentioned, is not necessarily representative across Europe. So those are just, I think, a few areas we should look at when it's about the challenge of uptake. The second challenge I mentioned is the challenge of the portfolio. indeed, if you invest and save for your old age retirement, the outcome will only be there if you also have at least a decent return. And in that context, the outcome matters, the return matters. And in Europe, we, however, see still that only a very small part of indeed long-term savings is actually invested in equity instruments. So we actually do not have, I mean, the principle of risk management is always diversification. I think we don't have that. Many Europeans in their old age savings do not have that diversification. They have a lot of real estate, if they have, of course, the money in the first place. They have a lot of savings on their bank accounts, and they have very little or almost nothing in many cases on the equity markets. So while we're not advocating for pensions to be only served by equity markets, that would certainly not be wise, but equity investments, if you want to have a decent return, needs to be part of a good portfolio diversification. And so we need to work on the one hand, of course, with retail savers to make that clear, and to promote it through various ideas. For example, looking at the investment savings accounts, which some countries have in a quite promising way introduced. But we also need to work with the existing institutional investors, with the second and third pillar pension systems, and see whether they do not see a higher scope, indeed also for broadening the asset classes in which they invest. And that is something which can work, of course, through the regulatory system. I know the industry is always fast in asking for less capital charges for certain investments, and then with a promise that this automatically goes to higher investments, a discussion to be had. But we also need to look at actually risk management capacity. I think many also, for example, second pillar pension systems do not have necessarily even the risk management capacities to deal with other asset classes than the ones they actually invest in. And last but not least, we also need to look at providing the right products indeed for also pension funds, for example, to invest. And that is where, for example, also the public development banks, the EIB group at the European level, and the national development banks can also play an important role. And it links back to the idea which our president highlighted also in her political guidelines, the idea of risk absorption, that indeed also the public sector also needs to contribute indeed to let's say to make let's say certain asset classes and risks investable. And I would personally add, particularly, of course, if we want to encourage, we think it's good that indeed our pension funds go more in this direction, then that's also a particular role I see here for the public sector. So that's some thoughts about the second challenge, which is the portfolio challenge, as I called it. And now the last one I want to mention is indeed the challenge of the underlying market infrastructure and the efficient markets. Of course, let's say pensioners, individuals, citizens, but also pension funds can only invest indeed in products which provide a good and decent return and outcome for pensioners, if they have the right products, the right efficient markets actually to provide these products. And that sense, very often, I think we are faced with a situation where people are looking not to Europe, but actually to the US or other markets, which are considered more liquid, providing higher returns actually for the investments which you have. That is regrettable because we do urgently need the money in Europe, and we also think that Europe has quite a lot to offer. And this is, of course, then something where we need to look at from our side. Again, a couple of thoughts here. Basically, that's probably at the heart also of the idea of a savings and investment union that we need to have overall. We need to work towards more integrated markets, which are more liquid, more efficient, and also provide indeed ultimately better deals, attractive outcomes, also attractive returns for citizens and for institutional investors, so that they don't feel the need anymore to run to the US because their markets are considered to provide better returns, higher efficiency, or other advantages. It is not something we can force on. I think we can work with member states indeed about the incentives, and that is a discussion we're having. Tax incentives, which are in place in some countries, other types of incentives. And of course, we also need to, let's say, provide the right products. Once again, clear, good European products are necessary. The PEP was mentioned, others could be added. But it is also about making indeed the European markets more attractive investment. And if that's the case, I know very much, as a matter of fact, that indeed pension funds are some of the most active users actually of European capital markets, also of cross-border capital markets. I have a friend who works in an investment bank and who says that the second pillar pension funds from one particular member state, which I don't want to mention, are always the most informed, the most sophisticated investors actually trying to benefit from European markets. And I think that is for me a good thing. And we need to probably make sure that then they also find the right products in Europe, and that probably more pension funds also are on that working in that direction. So I think those are, let's say, three big challenges. The way I phrase them, you can phrase them in a different way. How to get there, I think that's the discussion you will have here today with many prominent speakers, panelists. My colleague Tilman Lüder will discuss with you in detail. I think from the perspective of the Savings and Investment Union, let me just mention a couple of points going forward, where this is, of course, something which the new Commission will now have to also decide. I think the first point is that we need to build on what has already been achieved. PEP was mentioned before, and I think we have many people who always say this is a debt upon arrival. I think Alexandra just pointed out that maybe it's just a bit too early to cry foul, and we need to continue to see how we can further develop this. The same is true for many other, I think, positive policy achievements we've reached in Europe over the last years. Whether that is on capital market data, whether that is on structure of capital markets, whether that is on indeed other areas of pension policy, and build on that basically. I think the second point, which will be important, is to work together hand in hand with the national and the European level. I think pensions are, as a matter of fact, something which has a strong national dimension, and retail savings at large, I would say, is something where cultural differences, even from one country to the other, are quite big. So we cannot work here with just a single set of European rules, the same say recipe for everybody from Stockholm to Lisbon. But we need to see where can Europe provide added value, and where indeed also the member states have to play their role. And I think we are in a good way there here with processes which have been ongoing here in Brussels, also in the Eurogroup and other fora. And on our side, we are right now, actually, our directors are visiting all the member states to really discuss and understand what's happening in these areas of savings and investments. And actually, we see many encouraging projects. Many member states who are working towards more, let's say, retail investor engagement, more, let's say, long-term savings. So I think that's definitely something we can build on. And then, but last but not least, of course, we will have to look at the European level at a few, let's say, important levers for change, who can further accelerate indeed the development and act a bit as a game changer as well. So I think that will be the challenge for the new Commission to find them and to agree them together with the member states, with the European Parliament, with all the stakeholders. In that sense, it is great that for the event today here, we have actually a number of, let's say, co-organizers coming from different parts in a way, Better Finance, the CFA, and FESE. And I think we're looking forward very much indeed to the continued dialogue with all of you and all the people in the room on these matters.
Environmental resilience. So, Rosina, please
Thank you.
take a seat, and Rachel Truman, Alvin Ulemans, Charles Parente, and Jan Cyril to come up for their panel.
So ik denk gewoon, if you sit and I'll sit here so I can, it's easier to talk to you. Yeah, that's something.
I suggest you keep your mics off.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. Can you hear me all? Yeah, okay. So first of all, the title, of course, Golden Years on a Green Planet is a real challenging one, I think. And I think our panel will really have some time to go into these different, the golden years part. Is it golden years? And I think it was tongue in cheek, of course, because pensions have been a real challenge. Far back, I would say about 15 years ago, at CFA Institute, we used to have these global challenges, and we would sound out our charter holders what they saw as the big challenges, and pensions always came up as a time bomb, but also an opportunity. And we're still there. So the golden years, I think, is really a point where we need to see that we truly connect pensions to what the pension holders really want and need. And that, to my mind, was in a very interesting comment from a blueprint that CFA Institute has recently published on the forthcoming legislative period, in which we discuss, amongst others, pensions. And that came from the Netherlands, and I have Alvin Oerlemans sitting here from CFA Society Netherlands. But it was really the question that we need to be holistic. And that is a comment, of course, that has come throughout the years, talking to MEPs, talking to stakeholders, is that capital markets need to be holistic. They need to encompass the view that it's not just transactional, but that financial markets, to be truly effective, and that incorporates pension, you need to accompany the life cycle of the people for whom these markets are. And that life cycle includes buying a house, it includes financing, it includes investing for special projects, and it includes your later life in pensions. So that part of the golden years is very important. And then to the green part, this is such a huge challenge, and the new commission will have really a challenge to build that into the capital markets, because it's very easy to say, oh, we're green, and so we nibble a little bit at the return to the final investor. Is that what we really want? How do we see this building that green planet, encompassing it into the financial markets with the challenges of literacy for the investors, but also of returns? And that is really one of the big issues. So now, I mean, you know all the people, I would think, almost on the panel, but let me introduce them. Tilman Lueder, of course, is newly named head of Insurance and Pensions Unit. But Tilman, you have a long career in many different units, so you have also a very technical approach to the files, and I hope you'll bring that into this. Alvin Oerlemans, who I said is head of product management at APG Asset Management, but also for his sins, he is a volunteer in CFA Society Netherlands on advocacy, and a specialist on, of course, the whole pensions topic. Fausto Parente, who I really don't need to introduce, but I will, of course, who is executive director of the European Insurance and Occupational Pensions Authority. And I will be looking to him for really some alternative blue sky thinking that I hope he will develop with us, and speak frankly about where he hopes the future will be coming from. And last but not least, Jan Sebel, who is a senior researcher at Maciej Bell University, Faculty of Economics, and chief research officer at Orange Envelope, an economist of the Slovak Republic. And of course, representing the stakeholders and really bringing that point of view in. So when I was preparing for the panel, and again, coming back to the title, is saying, you know, we are at a crossroads with financial markets. We are ending that period when everything was purely transactional. But we're still finding our way as to how to build that from transactional to a far longer term perspective, to truly engaging not just with the institutional investor, but also with the retail investor, and truly making it the financial markets function for the economy. That's a huge challenge. And I think that the fact that trust has come back is an encouraging sign. So CFA Institute does biannual trust studies. And I remember when I came on board at CFA Institute was just after the financial and economic crisis. And honestly, the trust of investors was below advertising. So, you know, in financial markets, and that says a lot. So, you know, to think that people would not trust their financial advisor, and they think it's below advertising, that's worrying, because who do they turn to when we know that financial literacy was at the lowest? So it's not surprising that everything was stuck into a deposit. What do you do? Where do you go? So that point that Jan mentioned, and I thought that was really important in your overview, and you, first of all, you said, why am I here? But, you know, it's key. The Savings and Investment Union, and by the way, Jan, I think your title has to change, no longer Capital Markets Union. It should change. So savings and investment, and that is that reconnection, and truly bringing that value for that retail investor. So the trust should not be misplaced. There should be an increasing dialogue. Also, what I think is important and something that is a challenge, of course, is that this Savings and Investment Union is actually composed of about 4 different generations of investors. And that is a challenge because you have to think of the baby boomers whose pension is very near, but you're also thinking of the younger generations, Z and X, who are at the very start. So should we encourage them into savings for their pension? Do they see that faraway future? How do we connect them with it? You spoke about the savings account. Well, that's, you know, we need to direct that to those younger generations because we know the challenges and the finiteness of the public pension system. So we do need to connect those younger generations, but the messaging is quite different between generations. You know, don't talk to baby boomers the same way you talk to Generation Z. Also, frankly, technology can help in this, artificial intelligence. We see that investors are trusting technology. So let's build on that. I know that the European Commission has been working a lot on AI, on the whole digital agenda. And I think that's very important for pensions as well. Quite honestly, having a tool, and I did an exercise recently, I don't know how many of you do that in your member states, countries, but My Pension BE is actually a pretty useful tool for figuring out what you're getting in retirement. And I had a shock, not a good one. Because I'm one of these people who've worked in 6 different European countries, and I have pensions lying around in all these countries, and I'm going to try and get them all to come to where I need it to. So I hope that we'll also be discussing on some of those issues. But now let's go to the first point. And Fausto, I said I would draw you out into the blue sky and the thinking of the possibilities of the future. So what role could pension policy have to encourage EU citizens to invest their savings in the EU capital markets? That's the 1 penny or 1 million.
Thanks a lot, Josina. Thanks all for the kind invitation. I hope that I can, Thanks a lot for the kind invitation. It's such a, by the way, a lovely place to stay and to talk and share ideas with you. I mean, for me, the first point to make is, and I'm happy that Jan already mentioned it, is that we need, yes, policy on pension to encourage retail investment in the capital, channeling retail investment in the capital. But what is also important is that we need a supplementary pension to really help people to cope with their retirement. So it's important that you mention good return. It's important that you mention this uptake challenge, because nowadays we know the situation is quite clear. We don't have enough in the second and third pillar. Only 20% of people have an occupational pension, 18% of people have a personal pension product. So this means that in a period where the state cannot help any longer, and we have seen the recent commission paper on the pension adequacy, where the replacement rate is dropping down from 45 in 2022 to 38 in 2070, sorry. But already now, 45%. Can you imagine the month after you leave your work, your income drops more than a half? It's something that is simply we need to cope with. We need to understand how to help ourselves for living longer and for living also healthier and happy. So the supplementary, the second and third pillar are quite important, quite key. It was also mentioned by Alessandra, the gender gap in this sense. We are quite aware the risk of poverty in the retirement age is quite higher for women than for men. So we need also diversified response, as you said. I'm scared a bit about the younger, not because I am a boomer, but when I hear young people investing in crypto, let's pay attention because the return should be there. I think it's simply we need to instruct people that it's not enough saving for retirement. You need to save in the right product where there is a life cycle investment a strategy where there are a bit of guarantee. And now I'm sounding a bit the personal pension product that was developed some time ago, and Alexandra already mentioned it. So we need also good product on the market. We need simply product that's really help also for the decumulation phase. Otherwise, the tendency of people would be to take back when they stop the accumulation phase. And on the contrary, they need money for a life which we hope will be longer and longer. So what we need in synthesis are basically three things. So first, raise awareness. And in here, we would like to have simply what we call the pension tracking system, an app that people can see, a citizen can see, the projection of what they can gain during the retirement period. This is something that we already provided the Commission with an advice time ago. There should be a bit of political push to put this in place for all citizens. It's already developed in some country, but not in each and every country. So this is one thing, raising awareness, pension tracking system, also a pension dashboard for the government, for the policymaker to have a full understanding on where they are investing between the three pillars, because sometimes we see that they incentivize investment in one pillar at the expenses of the other. What we need is a coherent strategy for the three, and this is something that can help. What we also need is more take-up, as was mentioned by Jan as well. So here we have some country where the auto-enrollment is already in place. Sometimes it's mandatory, sometimes it's incentivized. In any case, we need strategies that are consistent across the different countries to encourage people to take up their pension thinking and needs. And then, as I already said, we need a third good product on the market. Sometimes we simply don't have a product that offer value for money for the long period, simply. And this is not possible. On this, let me say that I'm proud of the work that we have been doing already since a while on this area of value for money. The effort are, believe me, quite high, even though sometimes it's not so visible from people, because we try to intervene on specific products to talk with the provider and get rid of the product, eliminate the product from the market, where, for example, there is in no scenario adequate return for people. So what we need to continue to work on value for money, to continue to work on a good proposition from the player in the market to really offer value. And maybe in this sense, let me say that we also need the good supervision. This is maybe another panel, but it's sometimes what we see from Frankfurt is that the level of speed, adequacy, skills, especially on conduct supervision, is not the same in each and every country. And our effort to enhance the quality of the supervision is there, but takes time, and we need help, especially from the Commission in terms of maybe additional resources and budget. But as I said, this is part of another panel. I don't want to insist on this, but don't forget that a good regulatory framework needs to be accompanied by the good supervisory framework.
Okay. Thank you, Fausto. And I love that you put in this little ask to list to the Commission. That's always good in public venues to frame your wish list, and it's good coming next to Christmas. And thank you for clearly spelling out that we need good products, we need good returns. We need to be pragmatic, not just thinking out of the blue sky. We need to be quite pragmatic in the details of what this product may mean and if it's brought on an EU level or if we first have to work nationally. So I'm going to go to Alvin, because of course you are working for a pension fund. You have a lot of experience. The Netherlands is it's actually at the top of the list of the Mercer Pension Fund Index in terms of a good pension system, even though it's undergone a whole revolution, let's say, recently in terms of its public pension schemes. But for you, what type of pension investment product should the EU policymakers introduce to really providing a significant contribution to this savings and investment union?
Yeah, thank you, Josina. So you're talking about a pension revolution in the Netherlands. So I can say that I'm part of that revolution, in the sense that there are 3 pension funds transferring to the new system as of January 1st. So that's in 6 weeks' time. And my pension is in one of those 3 pension funds. So I'm part of the start of the revolution. And talking about the investment products that people need, I think I would like to come back to your point of holistic. Because when you think of holistic, some people think, oh, that is really wide and kind of not clear what it is. But I think it is, because when you talk about holistic pensions, you want pensions that fit to the participants' needs. And so when you look at MiFID, and when you think about suitable investment products for individuals, it is clear that you really need to understand their preferences, and that means their risk preferences, but also their preferences regarding sustainability. But you also need to understand their risk-bearing capacity. And so the investment products that you develop need to fit to those needs. And I couldn't agree more with Jan's comments. When building this portfolio, it really has a lot of advantages in combining the power of all these individual investments in large portfolios. And first, I think that the topic of diversification is really important, and that's keeping diversified portfolios away from consumers means that they lack the access to worldwide capital markets. So I think that element is important, and not having enough savings that have an appetite for these investments is also holding Europe back in that respect. But I would like to emphasize that diversification goes one step further. And that is where when you build large portfolios, combining all these retail or individual portfolios, I should say, it also allows you access to private investments. And I think pension funds need scale in order to get access to these investments by building teams or having access to teams that are setting up these investments. And then I'm talking about examples like, for instance, the government pension fund in the Netherlands, ABP, is investing in large wind farms far out on the North Sea. And that's a billion project, which could not be possible if it were not for a large pension fund. And then that's a very large investment, but at the same time, it's very well fits into a diversified portfolio if you have scale. So I think joining forces, I would say, really, really helps. And I think it is really, I'm very happy with the PEP, because that adds a layer of additional individual pensions to participants, but it's also important to have the capability to accumulate these investments into large portfolios. And so when there are no second pillar pensions or third pillar pensions, then PEP is an ideal addition. When also, for instance, in the Netherlands, when people do not have access to these collective portfolios, then it also makes sense to combine this. But I think there is one thing to look at. Is it really possible, looking at the investment composition of the product that is offered through these vehicles, do they provide access to these investments? And as you know, in the Netherlands now, the system is moving to a system where you have defined contributions, so fixed contributions for every person, young and old, in, but the outcome is still a DB-like outcome. It's focused on income, and there is of course volatility of the diversified portfolio that is having an impact on that income, but it is a smoothed outcome. What is important to understand is that when you look at most individual products, it's really difficult to have this access to private investments in these portfolios. So they lack diversification. They have very nice life cycles, which are also in our collective pension products. So there's a similarity there, but they lack access to private investments. And the only example where that works is really Australia. And that is also because there is an emphasis on liquidity there. So basically, summing up, it is really important to develop pensions that are holistic. So really take into account what are the preferences and needs of the participants, and really give them access to what institutional investors can do, to the power of institutional investment, I would say. Yeah? Also building broad portfolios, including private investments. Yeah, and what pension funds do, and Dutch pension funds have a long experience in there, is to do that at very low cost. So with scale, and that also makes them attractive for employers, because that is the main channel, the main distribution channel. It's an efficient distribution channel. Because employers also like low pension costs, or good value for money, basically. So maybe I can stop there.
And I'm sure some of your points will be picked up by Tielman later. But I'm going to turn to Jan. So we mentioned the word holistic several times. We mentioned products fit for the right person, making sure that the portfolio is interesting and that it's there's plenty of opportunities. Jan, what is your vision on this?
Thank you kindly. Now we got it. Thank you kindly. First of all, congratulations to the finance team for publishing again. Really interesting report. And basically, what I found in that report is that finally they are trying to answer the question that is always asked, and especially by regulators, in many cases by us as savers. What are our needs in pension products? Okay, so this is the main question. Therefore, I'm doing lots of research. Basically, therefore, we have built original platform application, because lots of people are asking exactly the same question. Am I okay with these kind of products for the future? Question, but try to answer it. Because we are all different. So what are our needs? When I'm going to buy pension product, of course I can choose it following my own preferences, but then you go out as a researcher and you see two different people. They have absolutely different products, and you show them, okay, you have chosen the product respecting your preferences, risk aversion, and so on and so on, and you can expect, let's say, €1 when you retire. Person next to you also following his needs, but he has asked the right question: why am I buying this product? To have adequate pension, meaning max possible pension. And now we have €2. The first person starts off, okay, but no, I don't want this kind of color, I want that kind. Okay, so it's fully storming. Now we are starting to ask the question: what is it saying product for retire? It's not false. I'm really glad that EIOPA came out with this RTS competitive products and regulatory technical standard, because somehow they have formed an indicator of safety. And it is a probability and you will beat the inflation in all areas. Try to test again this simple formula. Try to test your pension products because honestly, more than 2/3 pension products do not have single safe. Okay, so how to proceed? Let's work with unified approach, not towards designing the pension product, but at least putting into regulation the right way. Okay, why should we allow the product to hit the market? What is the ultimate objective for the When we try to test it, I think the market and I think the best one because it's more it's proven techniques like cycling, testing stocks and later on.
Thank you very much, Jan, and that was some very pertinent remarks. Tilman, I'm going to turn to you. How can the EU pension product be designed to balance the risks and returns, incorporating features that are attractive to diverse market players, asset managers, distributors, and individual investors? So how do we, it cannot be one for all, but how do we go into that direction?
Good morning. Good morning. So I'm a bit like Jan. I also question, what am I doing here? Why am I here? And I don't even have the benefit from being from the Hanseatic region. I'm from the south. So I'm just I'm the new person in this debate. So I look at things which the Commission has done in IORPS and in PEP, and I compare this what the Commission has done in other areas, which I have worked with, which is the securities markets or investment funds. And the one thing which does strike me is that as soon as you use the word pension, you get a multiplication of intermediaries and complexity compared to other things that I've been dealing with. And this is also why it's called savings union or investment union, because somehow, and this is not criticism, this is just an observation, somehow when you look at investments, you have some very straightforward products. They're out there, they're index trackers, they are mirroring the economy, they're thematic trackers if you want a particular return profile. There are a lot of products out there which are really simple and very good returns if you hold them long enough and if you're not tempted to take out the earnings too early. And as soon as you then come to pensions, and it's totally different. We have intermediaries, we have product wrappers, we have IORPs who are in between the contributor and the investment that intermediate. So you first pay into the IORP, and then the IORP decides which fund manager to appoint, if they appoint a fund manager at all. They don't self-manage. So all of this, of course, comes at a price. And then you have something which I was not familiar with and which I'm still struggling a bit. You have guaranteed products. And well, if you go into the market, you need to be there long enough. You need to ride out different waves of the market if you're a young investor. But if you want to go into the market, there are probably no guarantees. And this is also why I think the Netherlands has moved from defined contributions to defined benefit to defined contributions. Because if you really want to be in the market, you will become wealthy over time if you sit it out long enough. But you won't have a guarantee that every single year your capital will be not diminished. It will increase, sometimes it will diminish, and over time you will get your return. But you won't have a yearly guarantee that everything is kind of at the same floor and it can just go up. And if you want to have a guarantee, it will cost you a lot of money because somebody will have to administer a very, very different portfolio as opposed to what they would have administered if they would just go into the market and let you ride the ups and downs of the market. And that is where the Netherlands are way ahead of the rest of Europe. And that is, of course, where the Americans are way ahead of the rest of Europe, because they understand that you don't look at this on an annual basis and did I get my capital and did it diminish or did it increase? But they look at this over the entire life cycle. And the life cycle products, again, that introduces complexity. If you want a life cycle product where you then have, you start with a very big equity exposure and over time you go towards bonds, somebody will have to administer that for you and somebody will charge you some fees for that. If you just go and buy these products, when you're young, you buy your ETFs. As you get older, you may wish to be a bit more conservative. If there was better financial education, people would realize by themselves how they would have to switch their investment strategy over time. You probably would have saved a lot of money, and you would have saved a lot of costs of intermediaries charging you lots of money. So that is my first conclusion. IORPs are a very good vehicle, as demonstrated in the Netherlands, to consolidate the pools, make the management more diverse, because if you have diversity, you again get over time a better return. And I think nobody promised that on a yearly basis. They all promise it over time. So IORPs are a good vehicle if they're really used to consolidate. If they're very fragmented, I'm not so sure that it's so great to have an IORP, because lots of little pools will go for an investment strategy which is not very diverse, which is not very promising in terms of return. And then my final observation on the PEP, or the PEP is conceptually a very good idea, and if it fills a gap in those countries where you do not have an occupational or workplace pension and where you have very underdeveloped private markets, the PEP is kind of maybe the vehicle to absorb this. What I would like to look at in the PEP in the next mandate is this a bit over-engineered? Is there too much constraints? Should we give the PEP operators a bit more freedom? Because the one PEP which we've seen, which seems to be very successful, has actually like the super simple investment strategy. So it's like basic PEP, if I understand correctly. So maybe we should just keep it at basic PEP.
Thank you very much, Tilman. So going into the differences, of course, you know, I work a lot with American colleagues, and sometimes in the debate on how can the EU build something like an US market, my US colleagues tend to forget that we're not a federation, and that we have rules at the EU level, but member states have a lot of influence because of tax policies, legislation protecting individuals, consumers, national economic pathways, etc., and cultural biases. So this doesn't facilitate this whole debate that we're having on pensions. Now, looking on the sort of fiscal and pension policy in the member states, Jan, I'm going to turn to you. You're obviously you've been working a lot with the whole Better Finance. What you produce yearly on pensions. You see all the differences in the member states. Can you highlight to us a little bit how we could overcome it? What pension could PEP really work harmoniously with all these different fiscal policies? Is that something that Tilman's unit could aim to work towards? What is your view?
Thank you. I have to use this microphone also for our online viewers to understand what we are talking about. Actually, okay, I have to admit that I'm the -- PEP saver in Europe. I hold the first contract because I was able to be at the very beginning of the regulation of the idea. I was able to see the product when it was emerging. I was able to test it. I was able to, I received all the data. I was running all the tests behind it. I thought, wow, this one is okay. So I bought it. I'm the #1. I'm saving it because, of course, it has this kind of protection that I have to contribute because, I made a public statement. I will be the first one and I will show you that this product is great. So basically, I cannot touch it. So I'm contributing exactly how the RTS is written, exactly 100 euros monthly. Okay, of course, low fees. I fully understand the product. It's in my application. I understand everything behind it. Every single year, I'm able to see whether the projections put in the kit and promised to me when I was signing the contract, these pre-contractual projections, whether the development of my account still fits in these projections. I'm able to see it. What should I do? So it is okay. Okay. Then I was really happy. It works. So I started comparing the PEP product to national products, occupational or private. I said, wow, they are not performing good. This product is really great. And suddenly I found out, no, it's not. Why? Well, because national jurisdictions, we will tax it. You will pay social insurance on the contributions. Well, suddenly 65% down. Okay, so do we really want this? You know, destroy, future savings of the people only because of the taxes? When you were reading between the lines all these kind of statements of national tax officials, they said, no, we don't want this kind of EU product, intriguing into our national systems. We will tax it, we will push it out. This is true. This is really true. So our question as a savers is, do you really want to help us? If yes, please do the fair, our level playing field, or treat it exactly like your national products. If it's a good product, it will find a way. If it's a bad product, no one will buy it. So this is my recommendation. Lots of countries do not treat the PEP or this, let's say, EU baby, the same way how they treat their national products. Even if those national products are not of good design and they are not able to keep the promise, they will not bring you adequate pension. Thank you.
So Jan, you've launched a great challenge. Tilman is sitting right next to you and listening. But Tilman's, what can he do regarding tax? And that, of course, is the eternal question. It's something that I remember when we had the discussions on withholding tax. The tax has been sort of white elephant in the room, and hopefully now with the new commission and this renewed focus also on, I think there's one on green. I'm getting a double. This renewed focus on linking the savings and investment union to the economy, we're going to be addressing the tax issue because it has to be addressed. Otherwise, we've had this problem on tax, national tax biases with LTIFs. It's not new. It keeps on coming up. Whenever the EU has a great product, this national somehow comes back in and, it gets taxed. So we do need to address it. I'm going to turn a little bit away from the EU, some of the challenges. Yeah, of course you can. Go ahead, please.
Baby boomer generation doesn't know how to use online applications at all. No, I want to react to Jan on PEP and tax because this is why I was already being a bit more modulated in my response. If you are in a member state who has, let's take the Netherlands, which has a huge workplace pension scheme, you will probably not get a lot of people interested in a private pension on top of that because they have these hugely successful funds. If you are in Sweden even, where you have actually under first pillar an equity-based pension scheme, you will probably also not got that much buy-in into yet another supplementary pension product based on equity funds. But if you are in a member state which neither has a well-functioning workplace pension, nor has a highly developed market for private pension, the PEP is actually a solution. So you don't actually, Jan, I'm slightly being bit optimistic here, more optimistic because it's our work program. You don't have to convince a country like the Netherlands or a country which has still a huge pay-as-you-go and people cannot make the pension contribution 3 times over. You know, there's a limited budget you have. You don't need to convince necessarily those big countries to give the PEP the tax advantage. You will already get scale and heft if you convince those countries which actually want to build up a third pillar, those countries who do not have workplace schemes, that they would just get together as a sort of enhanced cooperation group and they would give that tax advantage because they have an interest in doing so. And I'm sure because the PEP that you're talking about, where you are the anchor investor, if I may put it like this, that one is already distributed in 3 other member states who seem to have the same problem as the home country of the PEP. So if these countries get together and say, we give it a tax advantage because it doesn't cannibalize some existing system, it doesn't take money out of the pay-as-you-go pot, you already get a significant heft. And I think that is what we should be working on. We should be working with those member states as a group.
I thought that was a really valid comment, Tielman, because you cannot, at the moment, you know, and this is to that point that we're not a federation. I mean, remember that the US, I think, took about 150 years to develop a true capital market, and there are still local differences, also tax, by the way. So I think building, you know, in countries that really need the PEP because their local systems are not, is a good, you know, then you get the mass building and you actually, it becomes a wave and hopefully then it moves across the EU. But I want to dig a little bit more into sort of asset allocation strategies and really looking at this how that can be, you know, how we can link and make it more attractive to increase the returns and to also build towards the retirement goals that individuals will have. And Alvin, I'm going to turn to you on this. So how could we tailor the life cycle approach in an ideal asset allocation strategy? And how diversified? And, you know, this is, again, maybe you could link it to that, you know, this, we're trying to build the savings and investment union and encouraging this wider view and this, you know, increasing use of different assets.
I think that the life cycle approach to investing is well accepted all across Europe. It's clear that young participants mostly can afford a higher risk budget, and that older participants closer to retirement like to kind of build down, take out risk. So, and this life cycle methodology has always been kind of the basic building block in DB funds, so large collective funds, in the sense that basically these life cycles of all participants were kind of summed up to one allocation. And basically what you see in the PEP, you have this life cycle on an individual basis, and also in the new Dutch pension system, you also have this life cycle applied to cohorts, so more age dependency. And that means that you can also, like in individual pension products or more collective type DC products, you can develop specific portfolios for these cohorts. And of course, it's very important to diversify. Diversification is really diversification within the bonds area, to corporate bonds, to emerging markets, but also on the equity side, also to emerging markets, diversification worldwide. But I think there's also a specific challenge, as I mentioned, in the alternative space. So real estate really has been part of the portfolios, and I think real estate very well fit pension accounts, also PEPs and life cycles. But I think I would take it one step further also to look at infrastructure, look at private equity companies. I mean, if you only look at public markets, you can only address part of investable assets. So you also want to look at these assets. And I think there is a particular challenge also given the ambitious European agenda on sustainable investments. I think there is a particular challenge to also bring yourself in a position that you're able to develop these investments. And I think in the private investment space, there are much more opportunities to do this at scale, which is also relevant for this sustainable investment agenda. And I very much agree, Tilman, to your comment. In creating the opportunity for individuals to kind of participate in these systems, I think the delivery mechanism should be fit for purpose. So I think that what you mentioned, that scale is really important, and that it also, given the differences between countries, you can differentiate. But I think that the design principles are really very, very similar. And so we can learn from each other.
You want to come in? Yeah, do.
Not to hijack the panel, but
I know.
that's what I usually do.
I
the-
won't let you.
It's very important what you just said in terms of access to the private markets, and you're going to have a panel later on this. There is, of course, an issue with a lot of innovation, startups and scale-ups happening in Europe, who then do not have an exit strategy into the public markets in the European Union itself. And that is, I think, a huge problem. And I did securities markets for 9 years, and maybe that's a mea culpa, maybe we failed, but we have not yet created an infrastructure in the European Union, a domestic infrastructure, domestic in terms of the union, which can actually absorb all the startup and scale up that we are able to produce in the union. So we're not short on innovation. We're not short on entrepreneurs. We're not short even on the scale up phase. We have the European Investment Bank having a huge portfolio, thousands of companies, but they cannot exit the portfolio because there's no infrastructure to accommodate this. And what do? They sell it on to American pension funds, or they go and list in the United States. And this is, I think, an issue where the Dutch are doing the right thing. They're saying, okay, fine, we don't have this infrastructure, but at least we can access this huge potential via a sort of private equity strategy. So at least if you then package it and then give it back to the investors as part of this package, they get an indirect access to this dormant, huge area, because this area has a very hard time getting into the public markets because the public markets are not equipped. And I would invite you to ask the representatives of those associations which represent the public markets, what are they going to do about this absorption capacity?
And that brings me very nicely to Fausto now. Tilman, you mentioned the dormant, market, and I think that that's an important word. How can you, Fausto, at the EU level, encourage increasing investment in pension products that effectively address the sustainability risks? We're into the green planet.
Yeah, we are not yet maybe green, so such a great planet, but we have the ambition to do more and more, of course. And the rule that were put in place at European level are helping. But let's be frank, we sometimes, when we want to really hurry up in achieving an objective, we may risk, and this is the case in our sustainability agenda, to put too many things together in place at a different speed, sometimes with some complexity that then we need to readdress. And I'm referring to the fact that as us, we provided an opinion to the Commission to simplify a bit the SFDR, the regulation on how to disclose the sustainability feature of the product on the market available for people. Why? Because consumer testing are telling us that simply citizens don't understand terms of our sustainability agenda, or our sustainability product, no? taxonomy aligned products, a sustainable product, Article 8, Article 9 are being used by the market provider as sort of labeling, but what we understand is that simply people is too complex. They don't get it. And so we need to simplify. Our proposal is to revise the SFDR and to have simplified. We have two category, transition and sustainable product, and with better clarification, eliminating the inconsistency between different pieces of regulation. And this should help people to better understand. Why? Because I think that there is a wish from people to invest more and more sustainable. Our Eurobarometer research that we perform every year tell us that there is an increased interest, but there is, as I said already, an increased skepticism on the clarity of what is a product which is sustainable and which is or not. Now, 44% of people said we don't understand this terminology. So we need to simplify, but also what we recommend is that before any level 1, any level 2 being put in place, there is a need to make some consumer tests. Sometimes our let's say the life cycle of our low production is done on the basis of some research, but then things change during the negotiation. At the end, the final piece of legislation that is out there is not consumer tested. And this then is difficult to recuperate in the level 2 or in the implementation. So maybe sometimes we need to be a bit slower and make more analysis on what is needed in terms of people. Then there is another area where Tilman already mentioned the IORP directive. We provided advice. There is a need anyway to adjust the IORP directive also under the perspective of the sustainability, because for the moment, differently from the insurance sector, the IORP are only voluntarily, let's say, so they are not mandatory requirement to measure the impact of their investment strategy on the sustainability factor out there. They are, of course, as the other sector, obliged to measure the risk coming in from the investment, but no mandatory assessment of their investment strategy impact on the planet. This is something that we can better, let's say, settle in the review of the IORP directive, which I think will come soon. And in this area, maybe also preferences of member, if we are clear on what they understand of the different product, needs to be taken into account, because people want to invest more sustainable. If I can, just one point on the life cycle, on the guarantee and what was said around the simplification or simplicity of the product. What I remember is also that there were research that people want to have safe investment. They care about the guaranteed product. For me, the problem is not so much if you offer a guarantee or if you offer a life cycle strategy that in any case, what is important for a pension product is that it's not subject to the volatility of the market. Because it happened already in the past in Italy. I remember, it was young, there was a crisis, a lot of contribution simply because of the market fall down, they were lost. People cannot afford to suffer capital market volatility at the moment of the. So I'm happy that there are different products around in the market, but people for retirement needs, they need to be helped. I don't think it's enough financial education. I think they need to be helped. The product out there that are for pension needs need to satisfy the pension needs. And that's why maybe when I speak about saving and investment union, I said that we need to first consider the need of people. And of course, the costs are there. Tilman is perfectly right. If you want somebody to administer your guaranteed product, it's costly. I know, we know. We should be clear and we should work on diminishing the level of this cost. But I also don't think that it's enough to say, okay, help yourself. do your choices, because people, for having a level of literacy, of knowledge, of understanding, years are needed. And as a, in my view, as a supervisor, as a regulator, as a policymaker, we need to be sure that the products that are there offered for pension needs are adequate for the pension needs of people. Simply.
Alvin, you want to comment on that?
Maybe. Yeah, I think what people want is stable outcomes. And of course, in all these changing times, stability is difficult. But guarantees are very costly and will really force you, also given the whole set of regulations that we have, into bonds. And so you will have the guarantee of a low pension. And therefore, I would say that what you would like to create is stable pensions. I agree on that. We did surveys also on self-employed, what they want. They want a guaranteed pension. But then we explained what the benefit would be of this diversified portfolio. And then they said, oh, give me the diversified portfolio. That's actually your story, Jan. And therefore, I think that the design of the pension product matters in large collectives. So therefore, in the Dutch system, we moved from a kind of hybrid DB to a hybrid DC. I think one element, and so pension funds could choose between a more kind of risk sharing option of this new contract or a somewhat more pure DC type, but both with an annuity as an outcome. So, but what we see is that most pension funds choose this more risk-sharing type of contract, and the reason is that that contract offers more opportunity for stabilizing outcomes. And so our expectations in the Netherlands, although we do not have guarantees, actually we did not have guarantees. We had conditional guarantees on the financial situation in the fund. So what we see is pension funds choose for this contract with risk sharing. And the huge benefit is that it also allows these large portfolios better, that are really diversified. And it is indeed difficult for people to make these choices around the product. So there is help in making people make some choices regarding the actual outcome. So there is some choice in the type of income that they want. High first and then later on lower or something else. So that would be my comment on guarantees.
So this, of course, is the heart of the question: how to ensure, the stability in a way, let's say, in brackets, and have that outcome that you want, security, and as Fausto said correctly, supervisor, you need to get that consumer to feel safe. But how do you then go and say, you don't want enormous deduction of the return because of that? So how do you manage this? And I think, Tielman, for you, I see a big challenge in what's to be done at level 1, level 2, and level 3. Because I think this is always, the issue. Do you put into the first level a lot of details on portfolio diversification, on safety, on guarantees? Do you leave it lower down? How do you build this? And I think specifically, of course, we've been discussing on giving more choice, and you refer to that issue. How do we get, for investors and pension holders in the EU, where we have a lot of entrepreneurs, we have a lot of new things. How can they get into that market? All of this, we're playing with so many moving targets, but how do we ensure that the EU can correctly come in on that portfolio diversification issue and building more opportunities and creating more fluid markets?
Their background and what they've been doing previously in life. So obviously I would agree that diversification is a better strategy to smoothen what investors apparently don't like, at least a lot of them don't like, which is called volatility. They call it risk, by the way. So obviously, if you say volatility is risk, nobody's going to invest in anything. So maybe let's call it volatility for once. It just goes up and down. That is what the market is like, and there is some educational need to explain that. But you can smoothen the volatility not by having sort of expensive capital reserves and all kinds of pockets which you set aside in, or having a very conservative investment strategy, just to basically invest in fixed income. There are many ways to achieve stability, and I think I agree with the analysis. There is a way, if you're diligent, to achieve a sort of stability, accepting some volatility at a relatively good return level, as opposed to achieving the same thing as a return level where inflation and cost will eat the rest of your benefit. So if you want in the European Union to have private investors, pension investors, to go more into capital markets, you will have to explain that phenomenon. Otherwise, we have the following phenomenon that you will get, let's say, if you're lucky, 1% return in a very conservative portfolio. We say, oh, but you can sort of go into the capital markets, you could possibly get 4% return. But because we need to give you so many guarantees in order for you to get the 4% return, we will have a very costly structure, which will cost you 3%. And then at the end, you come out again with 1% return because you had a very expensive product to guarantee. So I think we need to see it over time. And in my analysis, there's one gap, I admit that. If you start as a pension savers relatively late in life, that is actually a problem. So if you want this diversification strategy, you need to start also very early. So for some people in Europe, and that is what I don't know what to do about it, but for some people, there will be a gap. If the 20 years old start now to invest in this very diverse portfolio, they can sit this out because they will have a very long time horizon. If you only start when you're in your mid-40s and in your 50s because you suddenly realize this, as Fausto explained, there is a different target market where maybe this very diversified but slightly more volatile strategy doesn't work. So what can we do about this? Because your question was, as legislators, I think a good example, I love this product because it's basically an investment template codified is the UCITS. And then for the more illiquid people, it's the LTIF, which has recently been much more successful than initially. So there is a certain merit. I know this is like super controversial and those who love the Lamfalussy process will not like it that much, but there is some merit in actually getting a lot of the details right at the level 1. And the UCITS fund is a good example. Most of the fundamental principles and even the use of derivatives and all these strategies are actually in the level 1. And then there is less risk that it becomes overly complex at level 2, because you have to be, in my view at least, somewhat diligent and sparing with all the empowerments and mandates to specify, because these are usually a sign of weakness. You couldn't actually agree at the principal legislative level. So you park the problem. Solvency II, by the way, is a good example for that, my new challenge, and then give it to level 2. And at level 2, you then again don't really want to solve the problem because you know why they didn't solve it at level 1. So why should we be solving it at level 2? And then you get all this complexity with all these rules and the exception and the counter exception and the cap on the counter exception. And then good luck if anybody still understands what this is all about. But it's basically just to sort of plaster over the fact that nobody really agrees on what the strategy is. And then you have all this fine tuning. And that is very dangerous because then you say Europe is drowning in red tape, and that's probably then true. So I am in favor, I say this, if you want to have efficient legislation, you have to get the basic parameters at level 1. If you can't agree, then you'll just have to, as Fausto says, get some expertise and negotiate a bit longer.
Thank you, Tilman, and that is clear. And I think it was great you were so clear on where you will be going in the next legislation. I want to turn, I'm conscious of time, and I'm conscious also that I do want to give the floor for questions, but I want quickly to go to IOPA's PEP paper. We have talked a little bit about it, but maybe Fausto, you can go a little bit more into your paper and how to make PEP attractive at the same time for providers and keeping it low cost, the eternal question.
Yeah, as you said, a lot has been said already by all of us. First, the tax treatment. Let me remind that Commission already strongly recommended to ensure the same treatment of the national product. Now the problem is how to enforce this recommendation that came to the past. I very much agree with Tilman, different member states at different level. Maybe we need to force more on some rather than others. But in theory, the principle is already there. It's just a question of respecting the recommendation of the Commission. So it's our, let's say, our member state that need to perform, in my view, a bit better. But then the product itself is still valid. The idea behind it, I'm happy to hear that there is already a good agreement that the idea is already there, the product is there, the basic features are still, let's say, remain in their validity. We don't need to reinvent the wheel every time. That's my major concern when I hear a lot of talks about saving and investment union. There is a product that is already there. We wanted to highlight the need to change, and this is very much in line with what we heard today, simplification. There is maybe a need to simplify a bit, make mandatory, make voluntary the sub-account, because the PEP was, we had in mind this portability, mobile workers, but actually it can work even, and so it's mandatory to set up sub-account for different. This is an area where we can simplify so that we can also have, let's say, national, let me say so, PEP, if they respect some qualification. We need to maybe also facilitate the transfer of money from current product into a PEP if there is a new system in place. We need to revise a bit this idea of the value for money, the cost. The answer to reduce cost from the legislation was a 1% cap on cost. Now, this we see that is not maybe achieving the result. No, maybe we did not achieve the result we wanted because there is only one provider, which shows that it's possible. It's possible. So it shows clearly to us that it's not only a question of cost cap. And there are providers that tells us, no, in the end, it can work, but only after the initial phase. At the beginning, it's difficult. Some other that say that's not really the problem, is more the tax treatment. In our view, we can revise the concept of the cap. But of course, in replacement of this, there should be a strong narrative on value for money, the same that we are already putting forward for all the other products in our remit, insurance and pension, and happy that the Commission and the RIS now is also using the same or sort of similar concept. So there is a need to have anyway under control the cost of this product vis-a-vis the target market, the feature of the different product. For the rest, we spoke about the guarantee or life cycle. The PEP already has the answer, no? You choose if you prefer this or that. And I very much agree with the Tilman. If there is a young PEP, maybe we can agree that we should be sort of mandatorily opening a PEP when you are 18 years old as European, so that you start the beginning, saving a bit. Under our idea initially was 100 per month, as you are doing. But even at least we prepare a future generation. And then, as we said, the different target market cohort are different, so we need to diversify the different answers. Then the other idea to also simplify a bit the current structure is to open it also for the occupational pension, because now it's basically a personal pension, but why not enlarging the scope of application of PEP can also help provider being more and more interested. This is basically the idea behind it. What we want to do now on the basis of this 10 pages document to engage with all the stakeholders. We already started in our stakeholder group to had other idea on how to make it fly and prepare our help for the Commission to take the final decision when in 2027, if I remember correctly, there is a mandatory review clause that we need to work. So our work will become much earlier, of course. This is the idea. Basically, the product is there, is not, is valid. The idea behind it is valid. We need to refine it a bit. Let's use the current legislation instead of reinventing something from the scratch.
Then go ahead. Yeah.
The argument that the product is already there, you could take this, and I'm not trying to knock the PEP, but you could take this further. The product, a retail savings product, was already there. We had UCITS funds since 1991. The products are there. It's just that people don't use them as a retirement savings product, but they use them as a long-term savings product. All you need to do is invest in an ETF, hold it for 40 years, and then you get your payout. I mean, what is the sort of big mystery that pension products are so special and so different? It is true, you need to start when you're young, and this is what where we have some sort of gap to bridge. But this argument that we don't have the adequate products, I personally, as a human being, not as a representative of any institution, I don't get the point that we always say the product is missing. We have very well regulated, harmonized products which can be bought and sold across the European Union. Anybody can subscribe to them. And they, if you use them in a certain way, if you had good advice, so this brings me to the retail investment strategy. If you had good advice at the point of sale and people explain to you, the wealth advisors and the advisors, this is a good product, but you have to have certain behavior in holding it, we would get that result at a much cheaper cost than designing yet another layer of regulated products within pay-in schedules and pay-out schedules. And so I'm not knocking the PEP, we'll continue with the PEP. I'm also saying that the tax treatment and the compartments, I agree with Fausto, we can, if you have a group of member states who think that for their retirement needs, the PEP is a good solution. And if they get together and give it a tax treatment, we don't really care that maybe some others who don't need the PEP do not follow the Commission recommendation. Because when Fausto said that people are, what did you say, that people are not complying with the Commission's recommendation? Well, that was already a contradiction in terms, because it is a recommendation, so you don't have to comply with it. But if you actually see a point in using it because you have a specific problem in your member state and you get together and in this enhanced group, you then think the recommendation is actually okay, so you're going to do it, that already brings us forward.
Thank you, Tilman. And I was reminded by Arnaud that we're bypassing already the end limit of things, but I want to give the opportunity to both Jan and Alvin to come in very quickly on what Fausto and Tilman have said, if you want.
So I think that the staff paper really helps in putting it on the agenda. But what I like about PEP is that it remains simple and straightforward, so that it's also easy to communicate, Tilman, a bit like what you said about the basic PEP. And so that you can see it as a modular addition to either the first pillar or to the first and second pillar, or for those who do not participate. And maybe a remark, when I look at new Dutch IORPs, and that the youngest ones that basically offer PEP-like products to kind of startups, smaller companies, etc., outside other supplementary industry funds, what I see is really very efficient solutions being offered in the range of 30 to 50 basis points. So that's half the cap, a bit lower than half the cap. So I think that's definitely possible. And these schemes are really successful. They have seen double-digit assets under management growth for a decade. So, and are a relevant part in the Dutch pension system. So, but from a communication point of view, I think that leaving the cap out would not be so nice, because it looks a bit like costs can rise. And I think when I'm looking at the large collective funds that also hold large private investments, I mean, typically cost levels between 20 and 50, 60 basis points are really possible. So 100 basis points is really far away in that sense for us.
Yeah, Tilman, go ahead.
No, because this is, I think, a valid point. If you use the PEP as an IORB, it's probably pretty easy to comply with the cap because you don't have distribution costs. Very simple. Where the inflation comes in is when you distribute the PEP, and then every distributor in is like, yeah, okay, well, you have to pay me. And I saw some statistics, you have to pay me 0.89. So you have already 89 basis points that you have to give to your distributor. And then you have, of course, a very small margin still left, how you cover your own costs. So I don't know how they solved this in your miracle product and how they got around the distribution cost. Or maybe there was a willing distributor. But so I also, to be quite honest, as somebody being marked by the risk, I have also a certain residual sympathy for that cap. It's a bit blunt, but it kind of means don't pay your distributor all the money. Find some sort of basic and very simple way of direct distribution. Address your clients directly, because you will be able to comply with that cap relatively easily.
Thank you. And very shortly, from you, and then we'll have a couple of questions, I hope, if I'm allowed.
Thank you. Well, I really love this open and transparent discussion. So let's say it right. What's the problem? We have perfect products on the market. The problem is how they are used, either sold or presented to an end user for what kind of needs this product is okay. So let's switch the paradigm. Let's put in the regulation what kind of question in which order should be answered to the client before you offer any kind of product. Let's put in the regulation that if you are 50 years old and you want to buy a pension product, the first question would be, how much do you have in your pot saved? How much you want to get at the very end, let's say in 15 years, and then I provide you with a suitable product. Yeah, of course. But at this moment, exactly, at this moment, we are asking savers, when selling a product, let's say saving product, we are asking the question, like, what kind of volatility would you like? What is your risk profile? It's like, okay, let's talk about what kind of seat in a plane you would like to prefer, but you have never asked the question, where do you want to fly? So let's ask the right question. Let's put in the regulation. This is the question you need to discuss with your clients first. Would you like to have saved with your 100 euros monthly for 40 years, 100,000 or 200,000? You get a clear answer, 200,000. Okay, now we are talking about equity-based usage funds, PEPs, and so on and so on. Not vice versa. So that would be my answer.
And so we come back to financial literacy and financial advisors, their role and how they need to play it. I'm going to give, am I allowed one question, two questions? Okay, 1 and 2, sorry, that was it. Okay, go ahead.
As was mentioned, sorry, on the topic of consumer testing, as was mentioned, and generations X and Z, I think it's difficult. The biggest question is how to paint a prospect that there will be golden years on this planet. If you're going to retire, let's say in 2060, and you would be expecting to draw down your pension for the succeeding decades, much bigger questions about the state of our planet come up in the minds of people who would be making saving sacrifices until then. And the questions are, will our economy continue to deliver the types of returns talked about? Is diversification enough to achieve that? Or do we need a much more drastic approach where pension funds are allies in building up the new economy, such as you mentioned, the Dutch pension funds are doing? Are they allies in helping to transform the economy and get out from under the climate risks? And many financial professionals, such as the Actuaries Professional Body in the UK, are putting out risk alerts on these topics. The Potsdam Institute, the Network for Greening the Financial System, And even if the Generation X and Z people aren't reading those as much as some people in this room, how do we actually paint a picture that is worth saving for the next 20, 30, 40 years when the climate situation is so drastic? I don't think that and nor do these professional bodies think that the stress tests currently done are looking at the downside risks effectively. So I think this is a challenge, a communications challenge, and a bigger challenge for the pension system to communicate. And I'd love your responses.
Now allow for the second question, and then we'll go to the panel to answer. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. My name is Wolfgang, and I represent German Public Insurance here in Brussels. My question would be, how can we maybe make more use of the results and findings of behavioral finance research there? I think Tilman has alluded it quite nicely. A well-diversified long-term portfolio would do the trick for most pension savers. However, we know from behavioral finance that people have a very large loss aversion. So seeing the portfolio drop in 1 year is very hard for them, even they had nice returns the years before. So that is also why, I mean, no matter how well you explain, it would be better to do this and that. A lot of savers just demand guarantee products, which in the end might not perform as they could.
Okay, so Alvin, you
Yeah,
to
maybe to respond on the first question. I think that's really a very important question, since offering a solution that caters to young participants is really affect your license to operate, basically. And when you're looking at young participants, they sometimes have different preferences. But what strikes me is that they also emphasize the relevance of sustainable investing. And sometimes they have different topics that they want to address. And given for one example is given all the housing issues in many European cities and towns, investing in affordable housing is really an important topic in this area. So, and that's also a reason why pension funds take note of that. Another example is really the energy transition. So that's the reason, and also thinking about startups, that investing in this type of investments, also in smaller startups, is really relevant for this group.
now Fausto, Tilman, Fausto, would you?
But no, just one consideration on this aspect, and then on the other point, which is I already touched upon a bit. On this aspect, I mean, for me, we need to be a bit also optimistic, and let's be honest. We know we are living terrible period. Yesterday we had our board meeting, and the closest session was so depressing because in the end, I know that with geopolitical risk, okay, but we need to work and also have a bit of optimism. I very much concur what you said in terms of concrete answer to the younger generation. But from our side, I also believe that we have the energy to resist. Second, on the point, I already mentioned it a bit, the PEP is the answer, because as I said, there is a guaranteed option and a life cycle option, but both are satisfying the pension needs. This is maybe the difference between now what I understand from Tilman, and I think that the question is correct. Behavioral science tell us that people don't wait 40 years, simply. And we need to take account of what concretely the people behavior is when thinking about designing a product for the pension needs. Otherwise, we simply miss the target, because you are perfectly right. But then in the end, people withdraw their money when there is a minus on the performance side, and we don't help society. As regulators, I think this is a responsibility. That's why I was referring consumer testing, behavioral approach when it comes to this. Still cost under control. That is super clear to us. That's why we started, even without so much strong legal basis in the IDD, our work on value for money, because otherwise we can miss the opportunity. And I stop here.
Yes, I'm also an optimist, and that's why the one point where I diverge from Fausto is that I'm an optimist. So if there is a minus, that's precisely when I invest, because it can only get better. That's the whole point about equity. You invest when there is a minus, and that is why the scheme that you refer to works so well, because you set aside your 100 euros and you invest if it's up, if it's down. And statistically, what I read is that if you do that, you're going to have a huge return, because you're more likely to invest if you do this regular investing when the market is actually down. So you get the upside. So I agree with Fausto on the optimism. I disagree on the fact that immediately when it's slightly downwards, you need to withdraw all of your money. Actually, actually, I'm saying you should put in even more. Yes, but I mean, it's a simple thing. You just need to show them that thing. If I can understand it, I'm not very mathematically inclined. If I can understand this thing, I think most people will ultimately understand it, because I'm in the lower, what do you call it, percentile in your language, of the population when it comes to math skills. So I took the test, so it's clear. Now, I have to also say that if you think that everything is doomed anyway, indeed, saving for pension is maybe not your biggest concern, because you say the world is coming to an end and all the climate thing. Okay, fine. That is way above my pay scale to address this segment of the population and what to do about their investment strategy. But I think that diverse portfolios, investing in startup companies, in technologies which will avoid the doomsday scenario, is actually the way forward. And that is why the private market will become more important. And we had in FISMA, we have always, I did alternative investment funds under Charlie McCreevy. Anybody remember Charlie McCreevy? Eternal optimist as well. And we regulated alternative investment funds, but not with the aim that this is a really bad industry, just with the aim to give some minimum guarantees so that more people could access also the alternative asset classes. I am greenwashing history a bit. That was not really how AFMD started, but that's how we interpret it nowadays. And I think it's important that asset managers and pension fund managers actually enlarge their scope and look at these kind of companies who avoid the doomsday scenario. And that is where Europe has a big problem, because we have stock markets and stock indices which reflect the last century. And none of them are innovating and none of them are saving the planet. And if you look at other stock exchanges, not to always cite America, you can also look in Asia, there is an increasing number of companies on there. And I'm not talking about artificial intelligence, because they burn a lot of energy and they are contributing to the doomsday scenario. But there are a lot of companies, green tech, on the listed markets, which actually are working towards avoiding the doomsday scenario. And that is where Europe has to work, that this is not just a niche in the private equity portfolio of a big asset manager or a big pension fund manager like Alvin, but that this is a mainstay also of our exchanges. And you come to the next panel and you can remind them that I said this.
With that, we hand over for the next panel. I thank my panelists very much. It was very frank, open, entertaining, and please join me in thanking them.
Thank you very much to the panelists. So before we have the coffee break, sorry. The coffee break is in after the next presentation. So please don't leave the room just yet. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
There's still a presentation at the moment. The coffee break is in 20 minutes. So we will now have a presentation on the devastating impact of investment fraud by Zoltán Kormányos from Broker Chooser. Thank you.
I think we are going to give the audience a couple of seconds to settle down and put the presentation on the screen, and then I'm going to start the presentation. Thank you. So good morning, everyone. My name is Zoltán, and I'm the General Counsel here at Broker Chooser, a fintech startup. You might ask the question, why, as a for-profit company, why we're here with you today. And the reason is because we truly believe that a well-functioning financial and retirement system in Europe should start with the job to protect people from online investment fraud and online investment scams. And to illustrate this, let me share a story, a personal story with you. So half a year ago, we have received an email from a very nice lady from Portugal, 74 years old, retired elementary school teacher, and she was approached by a scam. A very nice, smooth-talking gentleman tried to trick her into an investment. And what she did was very smart. She approached us and asked or advised, what do we think about the gentleman and the entity? And her answer was that be alert, stay away from this entity because it is very, very likely that you are talking to a scammer. And thereafter, we were very happy. We managed to save her. We managed to save her entire life savings. So we were quite happy with ourselves. But after that, 2 weeks later, we received another email. It turned out that the scammer was persistent, and eventually she did not listen to us and invested her entire life savings and lost almost 60,000 euro. And that was the entire life savings of her and her husband as well. And that was the money she put aside to support her granddaughter through medical school in Portugal. And the sad reality is that we are receiving dozens of similar stories each and every month. That is the reason why we picked this mission to fight online investment scams and to unmask evil. Just a couple of words who we are. So we are data engineers, financial analysts, journalists, editors, and consultants building an international brokerage comparison platform. And at the moment, we have more than 110 brokers reviewed on our platform based on an unbiased methodology, factoring in thousands of data points per each service provider. And we are proud to say that we have approximately 1 million users per month visiting our platform. And we also have a global coverage as we are publishing content in 65 different languages. But I do believe, and we believe, that at the very core of our mission is the fight against online investment fraud globally and especially within Europe. And we are proud to say that we are trying to save almost or more than 200,000 people per month, because this is the amount of users who are reading or scam-related entities with a database which is basically updating automatically on a monthly basis. We are aggregating regulatory warning lists and collecting information from our users, and we're also writing an awful lot of content and building tools about scams. We are also organizing different events, hackathons, where the topic is centered around fighting investment fraud. And last but not least, we are also doing a huge amount of research and trying to make policy recommendations to NGOs and to regulators as well. Here you can see a link to our latest fraud fighter research. Feel free to check and read it. It's quite interesting. Talking about the research, I just wanted to share with you the methodology which we are using to put together these research, because I think it's new and innovative. So as I mentioned, we have used advanced data scraping algorithms to scrape data, publicly available data from the websites of the regulators. And right now we have a global database with 40,000 scam entities. And as a second step, we turn this raw data into content. By content, I mean that we have automatically generated an article, which is basically a web page, about each of these scam entities. And then we have also translated this content into 65 different languages. So altogether, we have generated approximately 2.6 million content about these scam entities. And that was the time when the magic happened. So this content started to rank in Google and started to generate very, very valuable Google traffic data for us. And the traffic data, this content actually received is proprietary because it actually relates to the content which we have published. And as a next step, we have taken a deeper look into the traffic data, and we narrowed down our focus to the content which was receiving meaningful traffic from the European Union. And as I mentioned, because of the one content per one entity rule, looking at the best performing content in Google, generating the highest amount of Google traffic and search impressions, we have been able to point out which are the most searched scam entities within Europe and within the European Union. I also brought you some key insights which we have, which actually fallen out of our research. So as I mentioned, we have followed the name and shame approach, and out of the 40,000 entities, we have managed to narrow down the list to 67 entities, which have generated 1.3 million search impressions coming from the European Union. And out of that 67 entity, we have written a research report and named the 9 most searched scams which were looked after by European users. These are the entities, you can see them here, which have generated the most searches from European users in the first 6 months of 2024. We have also found a heavy geographical concentration because based on the data, we saw that 5 member states account for almost 90% of the total EU search volume relating to these scam entities. And here you can see it is France, Germany, the Netherlands, Poland, and Italy. Other interesting insights we found were the misses and mismatches on behalf of the regulators. And let me give you some specific examples here. So if we take, for example, immediate edge, which basically one of the most dangerous scams within Europe, generating the highest amount of search impressions coming from European users. These entities on this is other interesting insights is that when we have looked at, for example, scam entity is coming from France, actually. But at this very day, and I checked this morning, immediate edge is not on the warning list of the French regulator, which is quite bad. Same thing with the Packet Option. So the vast majority of the searches in Google for that entity is coming from Poland. And I also checked this morning, and Packet Option is still not on the warning list of the Polish regulator, which is not great. Going a little bit further, based on the research, we tried to come up with some policy recommendations, which we thought would be useful for NGOs and the regulators as well. And based on the data, we see the magnitude of the problem. And that's the very reason why we think that some of the work needs to be outsourced here by regulators to third parties. And by third parties, I mean, for example, search engine providers, you can name it Google. And to give you some specific recommendations as examples here, we need to go back to the COVID-19 pandemic, because during the pandemic, actually Google tweaked its search algorithm. And what they did is they put warnings around search results, suspicious search results, and you could see a colored frame around the search results, which were deemed suspicious by Google. They have also tweaked their algorithm to automatically elevate reliable and authoritative sources when they were talking about the COVID-19 pandemic. And there's an interesting fact here ago. I just typed immediate edge into my Google search bar home in Hungary. So the first results, it is the web page of the scammer. But the sad thing is that the regulatory warning relating to immediate edge is appearing actually on the 5th page in Google. And it is not from a European regulator, it is from the FCA. And when I double checked that this morning using the internet in my hotel, the situation is almost the same. So when I'm typing immediate edge into the Google search bar here, the first result is the web page of the scam, and the first regulatory warning was appearing at the top of the third page, which was a warning from the Belgian regulator, not giving you any detailed or I would say useful information, just a link to the Austrian regulator's website saying that the Austrian regulator said something about immediate edge. It's not very efficient this way, we think. So the second group might be digital advertisers, and what we see that it would be useful to implement sort of a follow the money and share the data approach here. So a situation must be prevented when a scam is going to a digital advertiser who is financially incentivized to run your advertisement. But when the advertiser figures out that you're a scam, it is going to block your advertisement. But some of these entities are free to go to another advertiser and run the same advertisement again, or slightly tweak the original advertisement and run the same advertisement with a third digital advisor, which is also not ideal. So the third group are domain hosting companies, and this is very interesting as well. So with respect to domain hosting companies, we see numerous examples when a scam is registering a URL with one domain hosting company, and when it is getting blocked, simply go to another domain hosting company and re-register the exact same website again, or a website slightly tweaked as compared to the first one. And it is not ideal. What about having a shared database among domain hosting companies, or a database shares with the regulators showing you all the websites which were being blocked and any variations thereof? And last but not least, we do think that some of the work needs to be outsourced to ESMA, because when we are talking about the limitations of regulatory warnings in this space, we do think that it would be great to have, for example, an ESMA-approved template to be used by national competent authorities. And to give you another example here, we see within the brokerage industry that with respect to CFD warnings, ESMA did a great job, and it started as a temporary measure, I think, which was extended a couple of times. But what we see is that the original ESMA intervention somehow got transposed to local law and local regulation. And right now within the brokerage industry, with respect to this high-risk product, it became an industry standard. So we can imagine something similar in this place. It would be also great to have a central repository for regulatory warnings kept by ESMA, for example. As I mentioned, we needed to write very advanced scraping algorithms to collect all the information from the website of the regulators, and it was a mess, and it was really, really complicated. With the central repository, we do think that it will be more transparent, easier to access, easier to collect data, and much better suited to raise public awareness. And last but not least, looking into the future, what brokerage users actually doing in this space. I brought you a couple of examples. So we have put together an educational tool which is relying on gamification. So basically, investigator, and it tries to teach you the most common patterns coming from real life examples which you need to pay attention to when you are actually approached by a scammer. In addition to raw data, I mentioned you that we have received and we are still receiving dozens of emails every single month with heartbreaking stories from people. So what did we do? We have collected these stories and published a comic book. So this comic book is using real life stories which actually happen to people to try to teach you and educate you via storytelling which are the warning signs when you are approached by a scam. And obviously, we anonymized much of the stories and changed the numbers and everything, but the name of the scams coming from the real life story is the exact same. What we're also proud of, we have these new tool called Scam Broker Alert, which is a Google Chrome extension. You can download it and you can install it on your computer, and it is connected to our database. And it is going to tell you when you're visiting the website of a scam. So an alert message is going to pop up on your screen telling you that pay attention because this website is suspicious. And right now we are also developing this tool with the help of AI, and we would like to transform it to a predictive analytical tool, which is going to go to the website of the scammers, recognize the pattern, the phrases these scammers are using, and based on that to give you a prediction. When you're visiting a site, it is whether it is a high likelihood that it is the scam or is it safe. And the last but not least, the topic of recovery, which we found very, very hard, and many, many scams are operating in this area. We have started to publish content to help people who lost their money to just give them reliable information where they can start this whole recovery process. Yes, so thank you very much for your attention. And I also would like to introduce my dear colleagues who are with me from Broker Chooser. Ms. Edith Balázs behind you, Editor-in-Chief and author of our latest Fraud Fighter research report, and Ms. Linda Sallai, Squad Leader and Strategic Consultant at Broker Chooser, who is leading all of our scam-related efforts within the company. As I mentioned, we have lots of data, lots of insights, lots of recommendations, and very interesting topics to talk about. So feel free to reach out to us and ask questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Test, 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 test. Yep, it's working. Okay.
Hello, good afternoon. Could I please ask everybody to come inside? We're going to start the afternoon session. Thank you. So before we delve into the second panel of the afternoon, we will have two presentations. One right now by Bruno Rosenbaum on enhancing returns, how European pensions funds can claim their share from US securities class actions. And so I will give you the floor right now before we have another presentation on the Better Finance Pensions report, after which we will have our panel. Thank you.
Wouldn't be an attorney if I didn't start talking by giving you a disclaimer first. We have a few goodies for the audience. We brought these hats, says security. If you wear them, you instantly become an expert in securities litigation. Your portfolios are protected. It's also great to wear around the house if you have kids or at the office. You look like a boss. Just please avoid wearing them at the airport. They don't think it's funny at all at security. So I'm Bruno. As you can hear from a heavy French accent, I'm a French attorney. I'm also qualified in New York and Luxembourg. KSF is a securities litigation firm. We represent large institutional investors, pension funds that had a loss in the stock market, and we help them recover some of those losses through litigation. And so we are currently lead counsel in the Credit Suisse case in the US. We recently settled a case against Chinese company Too Simple for 190 million. So we do large cases and we present shareholders. So you may think that if you're a retail investor, you may think this has nothing to do with you, but you would be wrong, because let me cite someone you probably didn't expect hearing today, Karl Marx, in a room full of capitalists. But about almost 200 years ago, Karl Marx prophesied that workers' interest would never be aligned with that of the company because they didn't have any capital. So fast forward 2024, who are the biggest shareholders in companies around the world? It's the workers through the pension funds. So what has happened? Why is the interest of the workers still not completely aligned with that of the company? It's because there's a new class of a ruling class. It's the managers, and while most of them do a very good job, sometimes managers will commit securities fraud and manage the company in their own interest or in the interest of other stakeholders. So what I'll do today is I wanted to show you quickly how a securities fraud happens on the market and what you can do about it. So it happens like this. This is imagine a stock chart. The market fluctuates, goes up and down, and from time to time you see these events where the market goes up, and so it goes up very sharply, and at some point it tanks. And so much like you as investors, you're probably looking at companies who perform the best, and we do the opposite. We look at companies who have the worst performance, and we ask ourselves, why did the market react this way? Is it just a normal market event, or is it a sign of fraud? And so the shareholder loss will happen like this. If you purchase your share because of a false statement, the company issues statement, it says the company is great, the product is fantastic, the stock price goes up, and they keep issuing false statements to inflate the price. So we say that the shareholder purchased a share at an inflated price, and your loss is when the market learns the truth eventually, either through the regulator or the company itself or a whistleblower, then the market reacts and readjusts the price. And you have in your portfolio a stock that is devaluated compared to the original price. So that shareholder loss can be compensated. So how long, how much does it cost? This is all going to depend in the jurisdiction where you purchased your shares. I have a little chart here that shows securities litigation globally around the world in the past 5 years. What you can see on the right side is that there's a disproportionate amount of cases filed in the United States. And the reason is because non-US law, with the exception perhaps of Australia and Canada, it takes an enormous amount of time. on average, for shareholders to recover the money, to litigate a case, it takes on average 15 years, sometimes 20. So that's a very, very long time for shareholders to wait. In the US market is very efficient. It takes on average around 2 or 3 years. So what I want to do today is focus on the US market and give you a little example of how shareholders are compensated there. And if you're pension funds, if you're an asset manager and you invest in US equity, you should pay close attention to securities class actions. Because on average, let me give you a number, every year around $2 billion are distributed to shareholders by companies who've committed securities fraud. And a large portion of that money is never collected because it is simply not claimed. And so why would shareholders not do that? And it's because when we talk to pension funds, asset managers, they tell us, we don't care about it. Our clients want to come to us for products. Litigation is not part of our DNA. We don't, class action litigation are scary words. We don't want to be involved in that. And in fact, it's really the opposite. They should do something about it. And if they are, we actually recommend that they have several firms like us do this for them, so they really don't miss any opportunity. So quickly, I'm going back to this chart here. How does it work in the US? So assuming you're here now, you invested in the stock market, and it just tanked. What do? The next day after this happens, someone files a complaint. So a class action starts. And in the US, the way a class action works is that one claimant, so one individual or institution, will represent everyone else. And everyone will benefit from the result that person obtains. So as a passive class member, if you were an investor during this period of fraud, which is called the class period, you don't have to do anything. You don't even have to know. Is there an echo? You don't even have to know that. Sorry about that. The end of the fraud is usually quite obvious. It's when the stock market tanked. That's when no one can pretend they invest in the company and not know that something happened. But the beginning of the fraud is a lot more subjective. Is when was the first false statement made? And so if the lead plaintiff says the fraud started somewhere here in February, but you invested the bulk of your shares in January, you would be entirely excluded from the class action. And so what we offer our clients, it's called a monitoring program. We simply monitor every investment they made throughout the world globally, and we alert them of every opportunity where they could make a recovery and how it would happen. The system is completely free. It's a system where we as attorneys are only paid if we make a recovery, so it's a no win, no fee model. And so we think it's very important for institutional investors to have that kind of system to at least make the right decision and not just be passive in litigation at all times. I'll conclude with one example from the real world so you see what a securities fraud can actually look like. Because we think securities fraud, yeah, it's only money, it's financial, it's not that serious. but the underlying events are sometimes disastrous. Take the case of Vale, for example. It was a steel manufacturing company. So they manufacture huge dams around the world, and so the managers come forward, the leaders of the company, and say, "Oh, we have this great project. We're going to build a $5 billion project of a dam in Brazil. It's going to be fantastic for the economy and the global environment." And in fact, they're bribing inspectors. The project is not safe, and a few years later, the dam collapses, causing an environmental catastrophe and human deaths. And so this is so when this happens, or a case like this, you obviously have several litigations: the families, the government, the local economy, and you also have the shareholders in the company who invested in the company thinking that they were respecting their ESG compliances and so on, and in fact they weren't. So this is really the takeaway from today, is that being an investor on the market, it's not just about picking the right stocks. It's also about what are you going to do when one of your stocks, when one of your investment fails, and how can you recover that money through a law firm. Thank you very much.
Wait 1 second. What's the number of that mic?
I wonder what rate you're monitoring the work that goes on the something else. Does that have possible misstatements or something with gas, the rate and it's about a story and what that influence on methane leaks, which is systematically underreported by companies concerned. Is there anything those types of capital which you monitor on an ongoing basis? 3 weeks
So we would monitor every situation where a false statement has had an effect on the stock price. So if there are misstatements in any area or specifically with energy in the energy sector, we pay close attention to how has the stock price reacted every time one of those statements was made. But then you would have to prove that the statements were false. As a shareholder, you must have a prejudice to be able to recover anything. So if the stock price later fell as a result of a misstatement, then yeah, that's an actionable situation. There's also other types of cases, perhaps closer to what you mentioned, where it's called derivative action, where a shareholder will step into the shoes of the company who itself has suffered a loss, so corporate waste or corporate mismanagement. But just false statements, it must have an effect on the share price for shareholders to do something. Okay, thank you.
Hello, can you? Yeah, okay, it works. So just before we move to the second panel, I would like to present shortly the findings of Better Finance report on the real return on long-term and pension savings. And it's going to be short. The full presentation is online, and also for everybody who would like to have a more of a deep dive, we had the launch of the pensions report on the 6th of November, and on our website you can see also the full presentation and also a deepened Q&A for that one. So when we go over the study, the presentation, I will present very quickly the findings for the last year, so 2023, the long-term perspective, and then a bit of focus on asset allocation and the costs of the second and third pillar, and the policy recommendations. So as you can see, we by now are covering 16 EU member states and look at 48 categories of long-term and pension saving products, to public funded pensions, 21 occupational, and 24 personal long-term pensions. We are able to gather by now up to 24 years of data. Data is still a problem, and it becomes increasingly a problem. Some of the public, we are using only publicly available sources, and by now some of the also public authorities do not publish some of the data anymore. So when you look at the year 2023, this was not a bad year, you could say. You had median nominal return after charges of 10.1%, with inflation receding at an average of 3.4% across the EU, and the adjustment of for inflation would leave you with something around 7.4% of the real net return. And this is, of course, in contrast with the year 2022, which was much worse, and with also was much worse in terms of inflation. But as already very rightly said and underlined in the first panel, when you save for retirement, you really should not focus on any particular year. You should look at the long-term results. And when you look on the long term, it does not look that great. Sorry, it's going to be a bit quicker version. So the long-term version, the long-term view is not that great, in fact. And when you can see, when you look at the 10-year annualized nominal performance after charges, it stands only at 2.93% per year. But then when you want to when you want also to adjust for inflation, you can see that the result is much worse. And in fact, you can see that most of the pension products were barely able to really maintain the purchasing power of investor savings, with the median real net performance of only 0.6%. Then when you look a bit closer into our report, you can find two, you could say, ugly graph, and they are not ugly because of the aesthetics, even though maybe not everybody likes them, but about the content. The content is really not great when you are a pension saver. And in fact, you can see that among the products that we have analyzed and computed the returns for, you have some products that stand out. And we will mention this. This is AP7 SAFA. It was already mentioned also, I think, in the first panel. It's the Swedish pension product. And in fact, this product was able to perform a bit better and also provide better outcomes from the Swedish pension savers. And when you look at the cumulative performance, the gap between the Sweden's premium pensions and the rest becomes even more dramatic. So when the Swedish workers who basically did not have to make any decision regarding their retirement savings got the savings multiplied by over 4 times over 23 years. It did not look that well for pension savers in other countries. You could ask what AP7 SAFA does right. Well, it implements a life cycling approach, in fact. This was also touched upon in the first panel. So you get fully invested into the world of equity markets until 10 years into your retirement, and then progressively it transfers you 2/3 of your investments into bonds, but still keeps you into equity for 1/3 of your accumulated assets. So this approach seems to pay off. And then you could ask what the others do wrong. And in fact, when you look at the most products, you see that they lag behind capital markets. And this is actually the case for 34 out of 48 of the product categories that we have had a look at. So one possible answer to the question what is wrong with the rest of the product would be the bias and the fixed income bias. We talked about it a bit, and we had a look at that, and it really seems that there is a bit of correlation when you look into what exactly the products are invested. Then the second driver, and we also talked about it already, is the cost. It seems obvious for one part, but however, it gets often overlooked. And when we talk about the cost, we sometimes also hear from the industry participants, financial market participants, that we focus too much on cost. But you can in fact observe that there is really a structural gap between the cost of occupational pensions and those of personal pension products, so between Pillar 2 and Pillar 3. And in fact, the dark blue line in the graph shows the median value across the average cost of occupational products in our study. And you can see that it has generally remained below 0.5% of assets per year. And in 2023, it was standing at 0.28%. And by contrast, the median of the average cost of Pillar 3 products has consistently remained over 1%, closer to 1 point until 2007, and then soaring until 2016, until it reached its current level of 1.08%. So it, of course, impacts performance in different ways. And when you compare the nominal 10-year performance of the 3 pillars, you can see that the occupational pension as a whole have generally a superior performance in terms of Pillar 2. And when you look at this after adjusting for inflation, you find the same performance gap, with inflation, of course, worsening the outcome to the extent that the half of voluntary products return a loss of purchasing power over 10 years. And occupational pensions are not immune to that, but at least most of them manage to offer a positive real return over that period. And then at least one personal pension product in our study did offer a very good return in 2023 and charged only 0.72% of asset per year. And this was in fact already the product that we mentioned in the first panel referred to. So this was the PEP offered by the robo-advisor Finax in Slovakia. But as we already mentioned, there are many different problems why this product is not offered actively in other countries. So we believe that the findings prove that definitely there should be still done more and better reporting. So access to data is really crucial, and also access to data about the cost and returns for pension savers is really crucial. If you want to encourage them to invest more, they need to really definitely have this information. The first panel already talked a bit about the distribution of retail investment products and also about the conflicts of interest that still persist, that the retail investment strategy did not manage so far to tackle. We would like also to have really better information to investor and more transparency, better sustainability information also touched upon already in the first panel. To end the fixed income bias, we would like also to see the end of penalizing taxation of pensions. This was mentioned by Jan Sebo, and in particular, of course, this is right now concerning the PEP and how it is treated in different member states. And you can also have a look at the opinion and the paper produced by the Occupational Pension Stakeholder Group of EIOPA, where we looked at different reasons why PEP did not so far take off. And in fact, it's also a very clear finding of this paper that 1% fee cap is not the biggest problem. We are also wondering, and we have some recommendations of how auto-enrollment in Pillar 2 could help with improving the situation of savers, but also we point into the possibility and allowing for pension savers to suspend their contribution for some time when they go to some financial difficulties, instead of giving them the only alternative to just stop saving at all. And one final recommendation concerns insurance guarantee scheme. So I am conscious of time and we have a bit of a delay. So I would right now invite the panelists from the second panel to take the seats. And we would start with a statement from Dana Bachmann from the DG Employment.
So, hello everyone. I'll try to be quick in my intervention. So my name is Dana Bachmann. I work as head of unit in DG Employment in the unit responsible for social protection. And we thought it would be good to give you a bit of context to pensions in general. And of course, in our work, we focus a lot on public pensions, and most of the data that I will show is based on the triennial report we produce with member states on pension adequacy, which complements the report on aging, looking more at the sustainability of pension or aging-related expenditure, prepared by colleagues in DG ECFIN, also with member states. So I will start a bit with the demographic context and also, as you know, highlighting that we are an aging society. So from now to the future, in the next decades, we see a shifting of the, let's say, the pyramid more upwards toward the older age group, which also has quite important implications for the sustainability of social protection systems. I would also like to recall that in general in the social expenditure, pensions represent the highest share of expenditure. You see in the graph on the right side, the light blue, it's about 11.4% of GDP as an average across the EU, but with very big variations. So you have countries with under 7% and countries with around 15%. So reflecting very much the big differences in the systems of the countries. With regards to, let's say, the main function of, in particular, the public pension system, which is to secure income in old age to ensure dignified life, but also poverty protection. We see that Europe fulfill that function, but nevertheless, we see a slowly increasing share of people in old age at risk of poverty and social exclusion. This is what we call the AROPE indicator, which stands at about 20% across the whole EU, with high discrepancies between women and men. And also we talk, just to be more clear, about more than 18 million people. And again, we talk about huge differences across countries. You see countries with relatively low shares, 11%, or going a bit between 10 and 20%. And then you see on the first graph, countries with much higher percentages, almost close to 50%, in particular in the Baltic and Eastern Europe. Also, when we look at risk of poverty alone, we see that, again, it has been slightly increasing over the past years. And in, again, the same set of countries, Central Eastern European, this is much higher compared to the working age population. But you have a number of countries where actually this risk is higher among working age population. Quick reminder also of the gender gaps in old age. With our pension adequacy report, we really highlighted throughout all different dimensions of pension, women are faring much worse than men. And this gender inequalities, they accumulate and they become much more pregnant as they advance in age. So we talk about almost 1 in 4 women that are age 75 plus that are at risk of poverty or social exclusion. And because they live longer and they live longer in poorer health, of course, also their needs in old age will be more significant in terms of health care and long-term care costs. And these gender discrepancies, they are also translating into what we call the gender pension gap. So basically, yeah, what they receive as pension, which is on average 25% lower than for men, again, with big variations across countries, but also in terms of being eligible for pension, what we call the pension coverage gap. So we look at different dimensions of pension adequacy, also to what extent the pension income is actually, relate to the income from working age, different cohorts. So we use different indicators, one that looks at the aggregate replacement ratio, comparing against the income of people closer to retirement age, so 50 to 59. And this is about 60% across the EU. But again, you will see very high variation across the countries. And the same finding you see when we compare the income of older people with the average income of working age, and the same differences between men and women. In the pension adequacy report, what we also do is do projections of the pension adequacy, the income replacement for different scenarios. So in this edition of the pension adequacy report, so we look the time horizon, would be the income replacement in 2022, and what will be income replacement in 2062 for a male earner, for a person with different career breaks. So you have different scenarios, and you see that actually, despite the recent reforms extending the working lives, so increasing the pensionable age, the adequacy is going to decrease. So a message that we want to pass, that there should be concerns not only about the sustainability, but also the adequacy of pensions in the future. And also, I think we will discuss later in the panel that the way pension credits are designed and embedded into pension system can also help offset some of the negative impacts on career breaks. Going closer to the end, just to also highlight a bit, the, let's say, balance between the years we spend across Europe in working life. So on average, it's about 41.3 years that in Europe we are working, and about 21 years that we spend in retirement. And you'll see that you have cases where actually in some countries the average working life is much longer, with the retirement being shorter, or maybe countries where the working life is shorter and the retirement lives are longer. And I think this illustrates very well the many differences in the system across countries. And my last slide before we move to the panel is just to give you a glimpse of the reform trends that we see across member states with regards to pension. So from the past to the current edition of the pension adequacy report and the previous one, we see that there is a trend mostly to reinforce the adequacy of pensions, and let's say also safeguards with regards to minimum pensions level, or enhancing access for people in non-standard forms of work. We also see that compared to the trend in the past, which was very much going into, let's say, more restrictive approaches to pension ages, now the approach is much more towards incentives and incentivizing longer working lives and combining work and retirement. And obviously very topical for the discussion today. In many countries, we see the debate or reforms going on in enhancing the role of funding pension schemes and fostering individual entitlements. Yeah, I give you also the link to the pension adequacy report. And in it, we have a cross-European section and also individual country profiles for all member states and Norway for this edition. Thank you. So for social protection, social rights and inclusion, Gertrude Pils, Vice Chair of PKB. She is a very committed advocate for the rights of pension savers, and she's also my colleague from the Occupational Pension Stakeholder Group of EIOPA. We have also Roger Hartmann, who is Board Director of European Financial Planning Association, and Rainer Ries, who is now a Senior Advisor of the Federation for European Securities Exchanges. So we would like today to focus on two main topics, on gender gap in this panel, but also on financial inclusion. And maybe then the first remark. So we have the Principle 15 in the European Pillar of Social Rights, and it states, and let me quote, "Workers and the self-employed in retirement have the right to a pension commensurate to their contributions and ensuring an adequate income. Women and men shall have equal opportunities to acquire pension rights." And it also asserts that everyone in all age has the right to resources that ensure living in dignity. So Dana, maybe first to you, we had the presentation, we heard a lot of things about pension adequacy. There are some positive things about the reforms that are ongoing, but since public pensions and public systems, public pension system fall short of those ideas that I just quoted, and we expect also demographic trends to make the situation even more difficult, do you think that supplementary pensions can meet the challenge? And if yes, how? And if no, why? Do we need? Yeah. Okay, so we'll pass the mic to each other. Yeah, so I would say definitely yes. We see that the way forward is for member states to develop multi-pillar system, of course, taking into account in each case the national context and the tradition, and I would say the common social contract that there is in a country. We see important in incentivizing more the use of supplementary pension. Of course, a strong social dialogue, because we believe that through collective agreement, one could achieve a lot in moving forward. There are different other avenues, from tax incentives, financial incentives. Obviously, also the EIOPA had quite different pathways looking at auto-enrollment and compulsory supplementary pensions. In all these scenarios, what we try to highlight is that it's important to have the national dialogue and the national, let's say, support behind such reforms. We also know that the countries that have very strong occupational systems in place, of course, there already you see that it adds a lot in enhancing the income and protecting older people. But for the countries that are yet to develop this kind of very strong social dialogue, public society dialogue, we see as very important. And then also linked to that, we say that it's not important only to have the system in place, it's also very important to have them underpinned by strong financial literacy, awareness raising, and also targeting at the various groups that are more vulnerable and disadvantaged. And maybe one final point I want to make is that indeed, when strengthening supplementary pensions, I think it's important to also look at the positive elements in public pensions, which are precisely to address some of the inequalities in earlier life. So I think the redistributive capacity of the public pensions, there's an element that should be reflected, not easy one, in also the other pension pillars. And also we will talk, I think, later how to give the possibility in the supplementary pensions to cater for care-related periods. So maybe I stop here.
Thank you so much, Anna. So you mentioned before the ongoing reforms in many countries, the need for the social dialogue. And I know, Gertrude, that in Austria, there is going to be some changes. And so from the perspective of the pension saver, does the situation right now in the system work for pension savers? And if not, what is the main problem according to you? And do you see, in fact, the social dialogue taking place and working well in Austria?
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, we in Austria, we have the special situation that we have more than 30 years experience with defined contribution systems. So we are a bit ahead of the European, or we are far ahead of the European trend. And I may say, closer, yeah, yeah. So we are ahead of the European trend, which we now observe, which is the shift from the defined benefit to defined contribution systems. What we experience is that we in Austria, we see a problem with performance because we learned that the occupational pension system is not really able to provide sustainable and secure pensions. So so this is the reason why we work towards a reform of the occupational pension law. Because from our viewpoint as members of occupational pension systems, any pension system, we have a very simple view, any pension system has one goal and nothing else. And the one goal is to provide secure and sustainable pensions at the end of the day. If this goal is not achieved, the pension system does not work, full stop. And this is the situation in Austria, that we have to take lessons of the past and to work towards an improvement of the whole occupational pension system. And one just to show the direction, to give an idea, the key problem of defined contribution systems is all the risks are put on the members, on the working people as well as on the pensioners. Yeah? And if the people bear the risks, and on the other hand, as we see in Austria, have zero rights to take any decisions, to take investment decisions, governance decisions, and so on. So we have a big imbalance in risk-taking and rights. And this is something which needs to be improved, because who takes investment decisions has to participate in the risk, in sharing the risks. Just one of the examples.
Thank you so much, Gertrude. It's in fact very right in DC pension schemes. In fact, that the risk is the whole risk is put on the participant, and the benefits are just unclear, you could say. We saw from the findings from the Better Finance report that in fact the outcomes and the performance of the current products in which the EU citizens are invested is not looking good, and especially not good on the long-term basis and over decades. We do say that conflicts of interest in the distribution system is a major problem that contributes to the current situation. The retail investment strategy did try to tackle this issue to a certain extent. It did not work out for the time being, but there is also possibility for retail investors, consumers, pension savers to, of course, turn to financial planners and financial advisors. So I would ask you, Roger, how do you see their role and how they can help the savers?
They play a central role. But before going in an explanation why it is central, I would like to state that I'm in the financial industry for 41 years, and I'm teaching academically for 43 years. So I have a certain history and experience, which means also that when I look back at panel one, I have pretty much a clear view on how it should be. There will always be a gap between when you work and when you are retired. What is unacceptable is when you work at a level of 100 and you go into pension and you have 40. That's a far too big pay gap. But the pay gap exists. So the question would be, what is, from my point of view, where it should be positioned? It should be positioned somewhere between 60 to 70 when you work, when you earn 100. And that's decent because things have somewhere to adapt. I'm a strong advocate of the three pillars. The pillar one is here just in order to make that the human being survives, and not more than that, survives. And the pillars 2 and 3, pillar 2, for me, in my view, compulsory, employee, employer, well managed, and I'm listening to you, it's not always the case, it is very big differences from countries to countries, well managed, which gives a difference, and the pillar 3, which is voluntary, and for my point of view, and I'm giving here very strong messages, do it as soon as possible. Some countries allow to do it at the age of 17, 18, begin with 17, 18. What is the latest age to begin? Very clear answer, 25. If at 25 you do not have your third pillar, you do something wrong. Other statement on that one, very strong. All on equity, no guaranteed products. I explain you why, because who cares? No, you are 25. There is a financial crisis when you are 40. Who cares? You are still working. Look, I'm thinking about young people today. They will not step to work at 65. They will stop to work at 70. And you are 40. So it's basically in 30 years. And you have a financial crisis. Who cares? So all equity, global, well diversified, US, European, Asia, technology, everything as diversified as you can do in the third pillar, which is an individual voluntary contribution. And these are, for me, major milestones. So if I take now my principle, and these principles are very strong and because it's based on many, many experiences. So the client advisor, where does he intervene? He doesn't intervene at all at pillar 1, because this is a given. He doesn't intervene at all at pillar 2 because everything is taken care with huge volumes in a compulsory world. And you go to Switzerland, you go to Netherlands, you go to Denmark, you go to Nordic countries. There's such a big volume that you can really go into a well-diversified asset class. You see, to be very concrete, we talked this morning during panel 1 for the famous alternative investments. You cannot do it on panels on pillar 3 because you are individual. You cannot take this risk. This is for sophisticated, well-informed investors, which 99% of the normal people are not. But for the second pillar, where you have basically billions of euros going around, here you have really in the US model, learning from the US model and go much more in that. What is blocking that are regulation. You know, regulators say, oh, but private equity, that's risky, infrastructure is risky, oh, hedge funds run away. But this is something that somewhere has to be adapted and seen in the right way. So you need the client advisor at the level of the pillar 3. Yes, here you need him because you need somewhere to know what to buy. Because when you say, okay, I want to be very well diversified, I want to be global, there is still a comparison to be done. And here, the financial advisor looking basically at the situation, and I'm very frustrated because the financial literacy in Europe is low. I'm Swiss Luxembourgish. I'm dual national, so I know both countries very well. One is a founding member of the EU, and the other one will never be member of the EU. So I have the two passports. So I have a very clear, good view on that. But what I see in Luxembourg, for example, the financial literacy of young people between 15 and 30 is amazingly low. Hey, gosh, we are not in the Western Balkans, who are candidate to the EU and good countries, very nice people. I go to Western Balkans very often for education. But we are in Luxembourg, a very well-developed neighbor country of Belgium, and it's far too low. And these have to be developed and done. And the financial advisor, a very professional financial advisor, can discuss, understand the needs. Some will be, we saw it this morning, you know, behavioral finance, completely opposite to 100% inequity. Okay, let's find. The client advisor will try to convince the young man doesn't want. We can discuss, see, but he needs advice. And the advice here is central in order to construct something consistent in an ideal world if we do it well. And in my case, it works well because I'm retired now for 2 years and it works. My environment of my pensions is 72% of what I used to learn. And that's okay. That's perfectly fine. You know, what is unacceptable is to move into places that I met in Europe where they earn 40. Hey, gosh, the gap is far too big. And this has to be addressed. And this is a main issue for me. And financial literacy and good advice is part of it.
I would totally agree. So on the topic of advice, Better Finance has always said that pension savers, citizens, investing, it's not a full-time job. Most of the time, they do not have enough skills and knowledge to do it by themselves. So we have underlined that, in fact, access to independent advice, so advice, really good advice in the interest of savers, is something they should have access to. On financial literacy, I completely agree that it should start early. 15 years old should already have pretty good understanding of especially financial mathematics, whereas we quite often have in schools something that is called math anxiety, which won't help you with your savings or investment in later life. But we also have seen that from the findings of the study, that supplementary pensions are underperforming. We have seen that the capital markets performance is there, but the question is how to transfer this capital markets performance into the accounts of the savers. So, Rainer, what do you think? What would be good alternatives for people to invest, and where to invest and how?
Well, I very much share what Roger said with passion, equity, equity, equity. I think that's the answer. I think what we're doing in Europe, and there's 2 reports, Letta and especially Draghi, that are worthwhile reading, that detail a bit what we're doing wrong and what we urgently need to change. And that's why I very much share that passion. And just probably to share 2 downsides where before I come a little bit how we should invest. I think we're extremely fragmented. We have 27 jurisdictions with different withholding tax regime. Try to reclaim your withholding tax to France. You will fail. I tried it and spent a lot of money on it, and I gave up sending papers between my tax office in Germany and the finance ministry in France. Forget it. Completely impossible. We have different securities laws. We have different governance rules. We have different supervisory outcomes from supposedly a single supervisory system, which ESMA is controlling. So I think we're not really delivering on coherent standards that are made for the individuals, for the saver and investor in Europe. We've made that really to atone to the governments of the 27 countries, but not to make it easy for the individual that is saving for their pensions. And I think this is where we really should think about the 28th regime. I personally have been passionate about that for about 20 years, and I really think it's the only way to cut the tape and to get capital into a savings and investment unit. Secondly, I think on the supply side, we channel our money wrongly to companies. And I think we see that German, European, French, Belgian companies underperform their US peers because very often they're cut off from early funding through venture capitals. It's very, very difficult for them to get money. We have lesser IPOs. They're very often bought up by their US peers at an early stage. So the exciting companies that will produce employment and growth and wealth for future generations very often decide to leave the EU or become subsidiaries of, for example, US enterprises. And I think this is also where on the supply side, we definitely need to do something. Draghi, I think, lays that out quite prominently. And then to come to your question, the demand side, I think you showed it in your study. We have expensive pension products. I have this friend that I advise once a year on his 401k. I lived in the US for a while, and he always tells me, and it's managed by Vanguard, well, he pays 0.1%. You said the average occupational pension was 0.28. That's almost 3 times. And the private pension products, you said on average 1%. Well, I can tell you in Germany, if I try to get a private pension product sponsored by my government, the German Riester plan, I pay usually 2 to 3%. Crazy. Over 24 years, you did the accumulated figures. That comes out 60, 70% of what you're paying in, you're giving away as fees. Crazy. Not really sustainable. So I think we have expensive products, and we have products that we're usually investing completely wrong. We're investing mostly in Europe into government bonds, and that's where our regulation supports and makes it easy for funds and even requires that certain percentages need to be invested in so-called safe assets. And we've seen with the financial crisis that these safe assets are not always that safe. So we oblige institutional funds to go into less performing investments such as fixed income government bonds. We invest a lot still relatively new EU shares, and we do not invest what Roger is saying, a globally diversified equity portfolio with a view of 30, 40 years. That's the only way that makes sense to invest. And for example, I advise to all my friends in Germany, do not ever get into any product that the government supports, where you get a tax break. Take your money, open with an online broker an account, and buy ETFs, period.
Thank you so much. Indeed, this is also what our study shows, and in fact, the focus on equity in the AP7 SAFA product is pretty clear. So I think really we quite often talk about some regulatory solutions, but I also really think that asset managers need to learn from one another and really look to see and try to understand what works and what doesn't. And quite often the solutions are not applicable one-to-one, or you are not able to copy them one-to-one. But I think with a consistent overperformance from certain country with a certain strategy that hasn't changed so much over the years, probably it's really worth looking what is working then, right. Then maybe we could move a bit to the gender gap, and I would start maybe with Dana and with Gertrude. Because since we have right now really the trend to move toward the DC pension schemes, and the risk is more and more burn on the pension saver, don't you think that it might actually worsen the gender gap in terms of pensions, and especially since we know that the coverage in the occupational pension for women is lower? The EIOPA study and reports show it quite well. And women also in general receive lower salaries. This is also well documented and researched. And in most cases, they are the ones that are taking the career breaks to take care either of the children or some other dependents of the family. So how do you see this problem being solved in different member states, or if you're also thinking about solutions at the EU level? So maybe Dana first.
Yeah, I think whenever we get this question, we always start by saying that the problem needs to be sorted earlier. So when women are on the labor market, first, you cannot try to address everything through the pension, because I think this only reflects the inequality. So basically, investing in affordable childcare and care for older people, for people with disability, is what we would say as the most important recommendation, because this can enable more women labor market participation, more intensive and less career breaks. Then when it comes to pensions, obviously there is a role to play for the pension systems. And when we did together with FISMA colleagues, we supported the experts, high-level experts that prepare the report on supplementary pensions. I think one of their key recommendations was precisely to introduce more pension credits into occupational pensions, and to some extent also in personal pension products. And to do so, we launched a study that was finalized recently, and I think was quite well disseminated in the context of your stakeholders. And one of the key findings of the study was, first and foremost, that there are very few systems, actually occupational pensions, that offer such credits. That in most of the cases, it's also not easy to collect the data, because most of the provisions on the pension credits are through collective agreements, so they don't necessarily go through national legislation. But nevertheless, I think you have quite a number of good examples, concrete avenues that are offered by the in-depth analysis of the situation in Belgium, Denmark, Netherlands, Spain, and Sweden with regards to occupational care credits for care period. So, and as it happens also in the public pensions, I think it's much more easy to have such care credits designed for childcare, but much less common with regards to long-term care. And we say, as we are an aging society, actually, we see that we will need more and more, care for the older people, and the formal system is not there to fulfill its function. So still the burden will continue to be on family members. So this also links a bit to the overarching, in addition to pensions, to the overarching, I would say, design of the care systems from early childhood to long-term care, and to what extent in the end the state is able to fulfill its role of providing affordable services at all stages in life. So maybe I stop here.
Yes, and Gertrude, from the perspective of an Austrian pension saver and the problem of the gender gap in pension and possible solutions, I don't know if this is also tackled during the social dialogue for the reforms that are supposed to take place in Austria.
Yes, and yeah, I may say, unfortunately, we have the same discussions all the time. Every year we celebrate, so to say, at the beginning of October, somewhere, the Equal Pension Day, or better to say, the Unequal Pension Day. Unfortunately, I do not have the solution in Austria. So what I can say from our perspective is, a couple of years ago, Austria introduced for the public pension system the possibility of a voluntary pension splitting between parents. Unfortunately, as far as I know, so far, we have just a handful of cases of people that have chosen this voluntary pension splitting possibility. So currently there is an discussion respectively demands from social partners that pension splitting should be obligatory. But it's an ongoing discussion, an open discussion. On the other hand, what I see is that yeah, financial literacy is a very hot, always and still hot topic. Yeah, it's both as well my personal experience that women are less aware and less informed about financial management than male colleagues, for example, and it's also proven by several research research is conducted. So financial literacy, I mean, should be intensified for both genders, but in particular, especially for women. What I would also said as a third topic, yes, of course, occupational pensions could help to close the gap, provided it is able to close the gap for the whole, for both genders, but especially for women. But here's the question: so who should pay for? Is it a voluntary payment into a pension fund by the spouse? Is it a payment by the employer, or is it a subsidy by the government? Yeah. But this is also an open discussion. There are a couple of ideas, but as I said, unfortunately and honestly, no real solution so far.
Thank you so much. You mentioned financial literacy. I already said, but finance supports it very much, and especially doing this rightly from the very early age, so primary school and also then high school. However, at the same time, it's pretty clear there is also some studies confirming this. One of them is a study done for the Central Bank of Ireland, that even people who are very financially literate, even people who have graduated for economics and financial studies, when it comes to their pensions, they are, first of all, not proactive, and they're not really taking care of their supplementary or third pillar pension. And you, Roger, said that, yeah, the latest that people should start saving for retirement would be 25 years old. But then the question is, what in case of people who have really very low income? What if they can save, let's say, only 20 euros per month? What do you think? And I will come back to the to PEP, because Better Finance was very enthusiastic and very supportive of the idea from the very beginning. And we really see a promise with this product, even though there is only one provider so far offering PEP. Do you think PEP would be a solution for people with such low income?
If you allow me, I would like to just give a few words about the gender gap, because that's a major issue. And a male is saying that because it's a real issue. And I go again to my two countries, where I belong. Luxembourg, the pay gap is 0. There's no pay gap. It's the only country of the European Union with 0 pay gap. Perhaps it's 0.011, I don't know, but it's, for me, 0. You go to Switzerland, the pay gap is close to 20%. You have, after different elements, you have in Luxembourg a huge parental leave, very broad offer. You have a child care system, which is highly developed. You go to Switzerland, it's exactly the contrary. There is no parental leave, nearby no. Childcare is extremely difficult, extremely complicated. This impacts the second time the woman in the Swiss situation, because she has to come back to the work with a 60% salary, 60% employment, because she cannot work 100%, because the structures do not exist. So I'm very concerned by that one, because one other element where I see the female is always on the losing side. She's earning less. She doesn't have the structures. The children are here. And the third element where basically it begins a third time worse is in the case of divorce. Because in the case of divorce, because as she's systematically lower in the divorce, she will lose again. So she's losing 3 times. And that's something that should somewhere be addressed on a European level, because the differences from countries to countries is just simply huge. This is just what I wanted to say. Now, going back to the persons who are basically at minimum salary. And we have plenty of people all over Europe who are at minimum salary. The minimum salary in Luxembourg is around 3,000 plus euro. In some other parts of Europe, you are at 1,000 euro. And after you begin to think, what could you do for your planning of retirement, where at the end of the month, you have just simply a 20 euro banknote on your account. That's basically a big concern, because I see no solution. And this is something where, so how is it addressed? It is addressed via social help. But social help is you see, it's something which is difficult. Some people have problem with that. Of course, in some countries, you take Portugal, there is a huge family network. In Portugal, people will stick together, work together, and this person earning 800 euros will be supported by all the other family members. But you go in Northern Europe, this solidarity of the family, a little bit in a very Catholic sense of the word, is much less important in a Lutheran world. So it's really up to European regulation to think about it, because your question was, how do these people do? How can they save for their pension? And you know what? I have no answer, because when you have 20 euros at the end of the month, you keep it because perhaps you need new glasses, perhaps you need to go to the dentist. And what do? So for pension, we go again in the gym, survive. And survive means no money for pension. And that's an issue, and I have no answer.
Okay, so Roger have no answer. I will turn then to Rainer. During COVID, we have seen that there was a surge in investment. People were turning also to many online solutions, neo brokers to invest. In that time also, there were more and more women investing. In our membership across member states, we see that in general, women are a minority in terms of individual member of our member organizations. Some of our member organizations try to change this and in fact are organizing, for example, trainings on investments directed just to women, and they see they are quite popular. And in fact, though, in those trainings that are really only women focused, women do speak and are engaged and are really participating and learning a lot. In terms of investments, do you think that what kind of alternatives would you see, and also in terms of motivating and encouraging women more to invest? Because paradoxically also it seems, and studies and research shows it, then once women start invest, they even get better outcomes and results than men do.
Absolutely, and I fully agree to that. I will come to that probably at the end of what I'll say. I'll start with probably the paradise that you had also on your slide, the AP7, the Swedish investment service account, which I think you showed had a 357% performance over 24 years and continuously shows excellent results for Swedish citizens that invest in it. And if you combine such an ISK, for example, for low-income earners with some government subsidies where they can save up, then I think you have a nice package that can also help. And I think that's where Europe simply needs more ISKs and needs more cost-efficient auto-enrollment plans where the government also helps the poor to have savings for old age. And if that happens, I think then literacy will come along. And maybe I report a little bit from my own experience. I was 15 when I did an exchange to the US. And what greatly inspired me is when, at dinner time, there was a discussion on the 401k and how to invest. What do we do? What do we do with our money for old age? And the girl and the boy and myself were sitting around the table and listening to the parents discussing how to invest their money for old age, something that is not happening in most European countries. I think it is happening in Sweden. And that's why Swedish women and Swedish boys, I think, are much more financial literate than the average European. And I think this is certainly, how do we address financial literacy? I think by involving ourselves in the decision. And you said it is a lot about governance. Empower us, don't keep us. And a lot of our financial regulation treats the investor as dumb and that he cannot take the decision himself and that he needs an advisor. And the advisor usually charges high fees and very often recommends the product he needs to sell rather than what is a good product for the lifetime saving of an investor. And I think we have all this discussion around advice, but I think, advice really needs to be meaningful in the interest of the investor, of the saver, and not of the advisor. Another point to mention, crypto alternatives. I think if you look how easy it is to open a Bitcoin account, where you're all of a sudden in the Bahamas or somewhere in the Pacific on an island and you have no regulation, you have no control. Yes, since Trump took office, it's performed incredibly, but will you ever get your money? You don't know. So I think, and I come back to your original question, I think this is really where also this private investment through disruptors, the online brokerages that we've seen during COVID is something extremely positive in my view. We need to make it easy to have on your phone something where the young people and that, they are really in TikTok, Instagram, or whatever. They're also on here. They can easily invest, see this, and absolutely what you're saying. If we're able to get these people financially more literate, if we are able to get them engaged, if we're able that they look at their portfolio every day, then I think they will be good investors, and women usually do extremely well in this. So I think this is really where also I would hope in the Savings Investment Union, we will do much more that individual investors can more easily invest here.
Thank you, Rainer. Better Finance, in fact, is right now finalizing research on new brokers. So I'm not going to preclude the findings because it's still not finalized, but then I invite everybody to stay tuned for December when we are going to publish the results. Yes, well, advice, as always, it's good and it's worth even paying for, provided that it really provides good outcomes, independent and done in your best interest. I wanted to check if there is any question from the room. There is one, okay.
Thank you very much. I've been a little bit carried away by the passion of the panel, so I have several questions. So the first one is about advice. So what I found within Europe is, as you mentioned, good quality financial advice is very expensive, and it is only reserved for the wealthy, because good wealth managers, good financial advisors are not going to take care of you if you do not have a certain threshold of amount on your bank account, and it is a huge problem. And I'm curious about your views, how technology, AI, and other innovative solutions can democratize the access to financial advice, not just in terms of access to the advice, but in terms of getting impartial advice. Because if I'm going to write an algorithm, it is not going to pack financial products into your portfolio for which I'm going to receive a distribution fee or a trailer commission. And my second question is about financial products. You mentioned that they are extremely expensive or way more expensive than their US counterparts, for example. And I just wanted to mention when we have looked at this problem, the shocking fact was that we have seen this Europa percentage in Central and Eastern Europe, how high it is. So there is a correlation that the price of the financial products available on the Central and Eastern European markets are the highest within the European Union. And we are not talking about 200, 300 basis points. We are talking about 400, 5, 6, and sometimes 800 basis points for a mutual fund, which is crazy. But what do you think? Isn't it a chicken and egg problem? Because in the US, when you have a mutual fund having an AUM of $80 billion or $100 billion with a very deep, efficient, liquid market, charging 3 basis points, you're still good. But Europeans are not going to invest if they see that the product is very expensive, but how you can lower the prices if no one is going to invest into your product. Thank you.
I think I will take the advice question because I'm feeling very much at ease on that one rather than on the other one, for the simple reason that I'm no more operationally involved due to my age. So I really met on strategic issue, but it's a good question what you ask. And it's basically right. You know, how is banking structure organized now for the last 30 years? If you have financial investable assets of 1 million euro, you get the best-in-class service everywhere. That is called wealth management, private banking. And after you have what is called the affluent banking, affluent, core affluent clients. These are somewhere between 200,000 euro and 1 million euro. And these ones also, in some type of pooling approach, get some decent advice in the environment. And after you have the so-called normal retail client, the client who has an investable asset base of below 200,000 euro. And here it's more tricky. And I have somewhere to admit that new technology will help a lot, because banks are somewhere going into this direction. Artificial intelligence will help a lot. It will help the financial advisors to cover different needs, also going to the so-called retail. It's interesting because I had this discussion recently with the state bank in Luxembourg, who has basically this issue: what do we do with this type of normal clients below these 200? And here, pooling approach, artificial intelligence, calling centers, documentation, some types of open seminars in a branch, in a medium-sized village. All these things could probably bring away, but this is still, and I agree with you, an issue. Where does the retail client really get the information? It's more difficult, but I think that technology, luckily, will help us a lot. That was on the advisory side.
Maybe I talk a little bit about the products. I think if you said up to 8%, 800 basis points in some Eastern European countries, well, don't do. I think, and yes, Europe has this problem of fragmentation. We do have higher costs to transact in our markets, unfortunately. And I said this is something I hope that will be addressed, 28th regime. But you have one product that is only slightly more expensive than in the US, and that's exchange-traded funds, ETFs. You can buy them starting at 0.1% in the EU via online brokerages. And if you just buy one globally diversified ETF and you get rid of all the advice, you get rid of all the government subsidies, etc., you will just do fine and probably be similar to your AP7 product with 357% in 24 years. As you said, over a lifetime of pension, that's the right thing to do. And that's the benchmark, I think, that also politicians should rightly put when they're discussing about how to invest. Look at the ISK, look at the 401k in the US, look at an ETF plan. Those are the comparisons where I think pension funds should be benchmarked again for delivery for the citizen. And I think what we're doing in between is funding a huge interest of industry with distribution mechanism, paying good salaries to people. And you know, I don't have anything against them, but you know, it is something that ultimately is undermining the viability of the pension system, and I think is an issue of democracy. And you know, we're simply not wealthy enough anymore to afford to throw so much money in distribution and burning that money, we need to give it back to the pensioners.
Yes, if I may also just quickly respond, Better Finance has talked a lot about the problems we see in the distribution system of retail investment product in the European Union. We have totally supported the findings of the study of the European Commission from 2018. And there is a huge problem with the distribution system and with the system of advice. I do not agree with and I think it's a myth really that has to be debunked, that the independent advice is so costly. And in fact, if you look to the Better Finance position paper on the retail investment strategy, we have done a case study and we have compared the cost of the traditional advice, the commission-based advice over a period of horizon of 10 years of investing period, and the independent advice. We took the case study from France, and it's clear that the cost of independent advice is much more worth for you, because you're getting not only a better product that is performing well over the investment horizon, but you're actually also paying less, because the one-off cost of advice is much less than the trailing commissions you have to pay over the years. So this is the question of the commission, and this is of course also correlated with the cost of the products. Quite often the products you are having recommended by non-independent advisor are quite costly. So this is also the answer to your question, why so many people are invested in very costly products. I don't know if Dana or Gertrude want to comment, or if there is still another.
Thank you. Maybe a question on the design also of the public system, and basically given the decrease in replacement rates. And my question is whether more drastic policy measures are necessary, because we can all count that people start opening their own accounts and investing in that. But basically what we see, there is a kind of design flaw that we see governments retracting a bit from a first pillar system. And it's not sure that the second and third pillar solutions will solve this issue over a long term. So my question is, why not be more active in developing auto-enrollment type of systems, so that there's at least minimum amounts of savings will be combined into solutions that provide income later on.
I see that Gertrude wants to answer.
I'll take something. Yes, indeed, we miss in Europe a certain additional, a real third pillar, like it is available in the United States, for example. In the United States, there's the 401k account, which is an individual account where the employee as well as the employer pay in with a certain tax relief, and the employee is in the retiree, and in the later consequence is able to manage this retirement account by himself or herself. So it's an individual pension account which enjoys all the benefits or tax benefits of an occupational account, but can be managed by the person itself. And this is also one, let me say, one tool or one part of the market which makes the US capital market so vital, yeah, because there are so many people, and I do not remember the percentage, but many people who participate in the capital market.
Everybody does. It's cultural.
Yeah. So they have gained the financial literacy.
Yes.
So it for sure it took many years, it took decades. But I think some win, and better earlier than later, Europe should also start to provide the proper regulation for individual retirement accounts. And just one word to the whole discussion. Yeah, I am personally a big fan of equity markets and equity investments. But what I learned is for the pension system, the risk is not the capital market. The risk is the asset manager. And I give you just two very simple examples. Yeah, you can invest. Let's go 1 year ago, just 1 year ago. You can invest in an NVIDIA share, and you have doubled your capital. You have doubled your investment. On the other hand, you can invest in a so-called ESG and green positive example of the battery producer Varta. At least German colleagues know it very well. And you have lost all your capital and investment. So the danger is not the capital market in itself. It's the danger and the risk for the, and I'm coming back to the participants of occupational funds, is the asset manager who decides in which investment do we invest. You can hear and you can be there.
I very much agree to what you said, and probably just two small comments. The ISK account in Sweden, for example, that is an account like in the US. So every Swedish citizen, I think, gets that opened with a Swedish Riksbank, and then there's a default auto-enrolled plan administered by the central bank, or you can choose to have a private manager to that. And of course, to the point of asset managers, I think diversification, buy a well-diversified fund, and you're usually well protected against the swings. Also, probably, betting only on NVIDIA is maybe risky in the long term, but certainly having something, a little bit of everything is a good strategy in the long term.
Indeed, I would also say that we also as Better Finance quite often refer to the ISK in Sweden. It does work. The people are invested there, and they are basically also learning by doing. So the financial literacy also comes as you invest. This is one thing. And there were also recommendations from, I think, the Neuer report, but also from the council on this investment, let's say, retirement account. And I hear that part of the policymakers and market participants, stakeholders say, we don't need another toy, we don't need another product or wrapper or anything. But I really think that if investment retirement account on a EU level was done and designed rightly, it could really be transformational.
Yeah, and one word with regard, as you mentioned, to the ETFs. Yeah, I totally agree. It was never in history so easy to participate in capital markets. If we take today the offering of ETFs, and we at BKW did analysis of performance comparison over 30 years. Yeah, if you invested in a mix of 50% fixed income and 50% MSCI index product like an ETF, yeah, you can achieve over 30 years a performance of 8 to 9%, which would be really perfect and everybody happy with the pension fund. Yeah. Pension funds, I don't say the number, but our pension funds in Austria are far, far below that figure. Yeah. So I don't want to make all the fund managers in the world, so to say, without work. Mm-hmm. But with ETFs, we really have a great alternative during these days. Maybe like
just it's all about education at all levels. I have the chance and opportunity to advise the regulator in the Republic of Montenegro, which is probably the next country of the East Balkan to join the EU, because they're closer and closer to reach it. And some other countries like Kosovo and Albania are more far away. And it's all about education. And the regulator pushes financial literacy, controls, stimulation, podcasts. Everything is done in Montenegro to increase this awareness. They have the same problem that we have. They have also a population which is getting older. It's less than obviously in the western part of Europe, but still they are very conscious and a lot of things are done. Of course, it's a small country. I mean, we look France, 66 million people. Montenegro has probably less than 1 million. Things are much more simpler in a small country, always. Look at Liechtenstein. I was in Liechtenstein last Monday. Everything is simple. There are 40,000 people, so it's like a village, easy to manage. But when you have this awareness about education and financial literacy, for me, it's a key to so many things. And it's really my key message every day. That's why also I came to Brussels for that. Yes.
Yeah, maybe just a quick reaction to the earlier question, I think, about the need for more radical changes to the design of the pension system. And I would start with auto-enrollment, because I think indeed this was one of the recommendations from the EIOPA work. And I would say that, yes, it could work, but it could work in a certain context. And we also need to look at how our labor markets are evolving, because auto-enrollment supposes that the funds are established for given sector, for people with a traditional employment relation, and it's much less relevant for about the 40% of our labor market workforce, which is in non-standard forms of employment, in digital platforms, self-employed, in all kind of strange contracts which are not attached to collective bargaining and to typical employment relations. So I think we also, for those kind of workers, obviously contributing to the public schemes or to the private pension product will be most obvious choice. Then I come back a bit to the, let's say, limits of the EU competence, because of course it needs to be a national choice in terms of how member states design systems, but we have the role and we should do more in showcasing what are the advantages, the pros and cons in different systems. And I think precisely as member states are encouraged now to develop the multi-pillar system, we really need to highlight those that work and precisely to counter-argue, let's say, not counter-argue, but bring evidence that personal pension products can work. There are countries where you have a good experience with good returns, and to put this evidence much more upfront, because the evidence that we have so far is more on the negative side.
Thank you. I would say we would close now and we would move the discussions also to the lunch break. I wanted to thank everybody who stayed with us so far for the two very great discussions, for very good presentations that we had also between the panels, that also brought additional light on different risks one can and opportunities that one can have as an investor. And I would say that overall, the recommendations that Better Finance has put forward in our pensions report, and these recommendations and actually have not changed in the last years, because not much has changed also in the landscape in the EU, remain very, very much valid. And one very positive message from today's discussions, I would say really capital markets are not the risk, and the personal pension product is a promising tool. And hopefully it's going to be used more and more for the benefit of the pension savers. Thank you so much, everybody.